Hello there, and welcome back to Construction Simulator. Yes, good old Construction Simulator. We're back on it again for another Monday, even though these videos don't go out Monday. Sorry about that, but um, we end up spending anywhere between 3 to 5 hours playing this game. So, and then by the time it gets uploaded and ready to go, and whatnot, and it goes public, it's not able to be on a Monday, especially because Monday we go like between 5 to 10 p.m. So by the time it, like I said, by the time it gets uploaded and ready to go, it's on a Tuesday usually. Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, depending on whichever the record goes. But anyway, um, being it's Monday, I would like to also give a warm welcome to all of these subscribers that have subscribed over the weekend. Welcome, welcome. Hope you decide to stay. We'd like to have fun here. This game in particular tends to get a little boring sometimes. Don't worry about it. We like to do the long contracts and stuff like that, and sometimes, depending on whichever one, sometimes we end up getting only one done a day, so or one contract done a day because it takes like 5 hours. you know, it takes a pretty long time, but yeah, hope you decide to stay and join us for this. Let's go ahead and hop on in. Okay. Alrighty. What contract?
Yep.
What
The hydro
contract?
plant looks like fun
Hydro
since it just
plant.
since it just showed up.
I'm forgetting all the buttons. I forget the buttons every time. That's jobs. Campaign.
You know,
So I think
high
that's
difficulty. It's 2.054 million.
yep. Contract details. Unfortunately, I have no recommendation. Okay. Accept contract. 10 construction stages.
They're gonna be big stages, I feel.
Yeah. But that's what we do here. We do all the big contracts. One contract a video, pretty much anymore.
They are not small.
No, they're 4 or 5 hour jobs usually. Could you imagine though doing a huge construction site like that in 4 to 5 hours?
Oh yeah.
Just building entire fucking skyscrapers. Like, oh yeah, in 12 hours you can get like half a city built. Fucking hell.
Just imagine if there was more of us.
Oh yeah, because we can do multiple contracts on multiplayer. So fast travel. Loading. Oh my gosh. Oh, you're in a cutscene probably. Oops. I didn't get
No,
into it yet.
I'm not.
Like I didn't get into it yet. All right, I'm here. Wrong one.
With a controlled release of the stored water, the dam enables clean and sustainable power generation for our city. Water in motion is pure energy, and we can use a turbine to convert kinetic energy into electricity. To make sure that the residents on the other riverbank benefit as well, another power plant must be built in the valley. Then, we will have covered our growing need for a while.
All right.
Excavator. Oh.
Oh, this is so slow. There we go. Now I'm finally picking up speed.
No updates between episodes, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, so shit's gonna be basically more the same as what it was.
Yeah, it's gonna be the same as last time. I do hope they continue to fix it though. Because, this game could be a good game. It's just, man, you gotta fix some major issues.
And then some of the lag.
Yeah, lag, the desync. I think some of that could be mitigated though if they would fix their graphical stuff.
Like that, where everything just exploded on my end.
Yeah, but it also could be partially my fault too, because it's more or less a what do you call it? What do you call that type of connection?
Peer-to-peer?
Yes, that.
But we basically have the same thing.
Well, right, but it relies on the host's performance. So because we're peer-to-peer, so it relies on the host's performance. And gotta say, my performance isn't all too great lately. It's been getting steadily worse for the past couple months.
Oh, yeah?
Oh yeah. Hopefully one day though um, I can finally replace that damn graphics card.
Well, I don't think it's the graphics card as much as it is just this shit system.
No, mine's graphics card.
That's how I feel.
No, it's not this. It's not just this game. I have graphical issues in other games that I didn't have a few months ago. And like I said before, when I took my computer completely apart and cleaned out everything, because I thought maybe it was dirt related, maybe some cat hair or something got into a place it shouldn't have. It was making problems or causing problems. I seen the discoloration on that backplate on the graphics card, so it overheated at some point. There. And that's probably what is causing my issues. My slow loading with games and stuff like that. Like even this game, it's every time I start it up, I go to load into the game, it's been taking, every time we load up, it takes a little bit longer, it seems. This game, Satisfactory does the same thing. Autosave is a freaking nightmare in damn near every game I play. It's just like, autosave! Either the FPS will take a shit, or the game will just completely freeze up for a few seconds. And then, yeah, the graphical glitches and stuff like that when I have certain games that do certain types of shadows and stuff. The shadows flash on and off. They'll come in and out of existence. It's like, yeah, I'd say that's graphics, graphics card related. And then, yeah, the CPU lately on certain games, sometimes the graphics card will lower its load, and you'll see the CPU go to the moon. It's just, and then the whole PC starts lagging. It's like, okay, yeah, graphics card's being lazy.
Yeah, we have to go fairly deep into the ground if you want to use that or an excavator.
I'm digging on this end. And once I can get a hole started, then it'll be fairly easy. This thing actually does work pretty well, for the most part, as far as digging. Plus, I do like using.
Oh, there I went.
There you went already.
Yeah, no, this game's been, it's
We're
like
good.
I go to get out of something, sorry, a thing was canceled. Go to get in something, nothing. Go to get in something, sorry, process was canceled. It's like, great.
Mm-hmm.
And plus, I can only fill that twice before I have to get out, get in it, empty it, get back into the other thing, fill it 2 more times.
Yeah.
It's like 2 buckets.
That's somebody's fault for putting all their skills into bucket filling capacity.
Well, I mean, that just makes things go quicker.
Yeah, I know. Just give me a hard time. Ah! Love the physics turn on when you hop into something. And it's that there's dirt underneath it. It just does a little hop. Or it'll go to the main. It depends. Oh, I'm guessing you're back in.
Yep.
That was a very expensive taxi ride. $300 and some odd. Holy shit. Did you like take one of them like super Ubers or something?
No, I got another dump truck.
A luxury Uber. I would not doubt that is a thing. If you pay it,
I believe there is one of those out there, depending on the car that they drive.
yeah. I mean, of course, if I had like a $100,000 vehicle that I was using for Uber, I don't think I'd be using it for Uber. But if I was, I'd probably be charging exorbitant amounts of money to ride in it.
100,000 for a vehicle isn't a whole lot anymore. So.
Yeah, I know. That's bad, but yeah, 100,000 is like par for the course on your average poor man's vehicle.
I mean, there's still some vehicles out there that you can get for like 20,000, but then the dealer's like, "Hey, fuck you, dealer markup."
20,000 is like used prices, man.
And I mean, I'm not gonna bash this company, but it's fucking bullshit that they do it.
Oh, yeah.
So, well, I mean, even the big 3 domestics have started doing it to a degree. The Ford Bronco, it's like, yeah, no, suggested market retail was like 60 something, which is a lot. But then it's like, the dealer had some fee that they decided to throw on it, and it was like, oh yeah, no, this fee's gonna be like 40 grand. So like, this shitty Ford Bronco is now like $108,000. It's like, that should be fucking illegal.
Yep. And also, like I've said before, it's when it comes to the newer vehicles, I would argue that there shouldn't be any infighting between Ford, Chevy, and Dodge anymore, because they're all kind of equally shit and equally overpriced. Or maybe not equally overpriced, but they're definitely all overpriced piles of plastic and tin, you know.
I'm probably about to pop again from the way the game's acting.
Uh-oh. We might have to do a restart.
But the new Corvette, it's actually not too bad. It's not like a muscle car anymore, like it was initially when they made them.
Yeah, which
it's
is
more
sad.
like think
It's,
luxury
it's a sports car.
sports car. I don't want to say it's a supercar, but
No.
kind of.
No, I think the definition of supercar, you have to have. You're talking like V12 engine. You know, the average
The motor it
the
has is making a shit ton of power.
yeah the
Okay,
average
yeah,
like
I'm done fucking with that.
what's wrong with it?
I can't get in that front dump truck.
What the hell? Can I get in it? Yeah. Might have to do a server restart. Things are not gonna work. I'm also thinking like supercar, you know, average top speed 200 miles an hour is like the minimum. The minimum average.
I mean, I don't know about that new Corvette, but it's got a lot of fucking power. It's not like, you know, the Camaros and Mustangs and, you know, Chargers,
Sad
Challengers
that-
anymore. But then
I-
again, even the Chargers and Challengers, the red eyes and all that,
Oh yeah,
ludicrous.
they're also sports cars too. I'd argue. All the muscle cars anymore have turned into sports cars. You know, V6s, economy, look cool, but that's about it. Like I like the new look of the Camaros, the newer looks they were going for and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, that looks pretty cool. What kind of engine's in that? Oh, it's this 0.0-liter V6. It's like, what? What happened to muscle car, big old fucking V8 things? You know, things that are,
Government.
yeah, they're so bad for you that if you run them inside of a shop, you're probably gonna pass out.
Oh, can't get that.
You're either gonna pass out from the fumes or you're gonna pass out because they haven't blown out your fucking eardrums type of muscle car, you know? Same thing happened with the GTO, that too. Remember when I first learned about that? It's like, hey, have you seen this new GTO? Why does it look so ugly? I am not a fan of that look of the G6. And now my brother has one. He has the worst one as well. Well, maybe not the worst one as far as gas mileage goes. It's definitely good gas mileage. But I'd say it's definitely the worst in every other area. Electronic power steering. It's a small little dinky inline four. I mean, I guess that's good though because of his age. Can't go fast. You know. But the electronic power steering is annoying. Yeah, it's so annoying that if your car was built within a certain year of the 2009, in the certain part of the year of the 2009 era, they actually had to recall some of those for loss of steering during causing accidents. They had to do a recall, but it was only between this month and this month, so they had to mitigate how much money they were going to pay out. Even though it's just like, oh, mine's doing that same thing, but it wasn't built in that year or that month, so I guess I'm fucked, and I'm stuck with a several $100 bill.
I mean, if they can mitigate it, they'll screw you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I do miss all those the old supercars. Or supercars, well, I guess supercars too, V8 supercars. But do miss all the old muscle cars and such. Of course, nowadays, if you want to own stuff like that, you also got to be ready to pay out the fucking ass.
Just a little.
It's like a full, full restart. Whee! Yeah.
You disappeared.
I almost went as high as the dam. Uh, but yeah, definitely. If I had a chance to own old muscle cars and stuff like that, I don't care if it's bad for the environment. It's fucking awesome to have it. Like old 68 Pontiac GTO or a 69 Dodge Charger, or like a 70 Chevy Camaro or anything like that, or a nice what would you say the best year is for the Boss 302?
Oh, that's debatable because, right, at certain times they started coming out with a lot of emission stuff, but
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
it kind of is debatable. But I would say early 70s, like 71, maybe 69, 70.
Yeah, definitely. Those definitely were the best years, like the late 60s, early 70s for a lot of that older stuff was definitely some of their best years.
But that's kind of when you like had the whole free reign and they were just going wild before they're like, oh, emissions.
Yeah, before the government stepped in and said,
then
"Hey,
in the
we need this."
80s, it really went bad with that.
In
Now
the
it's
80s,
working out.
though, you could still, yeah, even though, yeah, you weren't, if you were a customer, you could still pretty much do what you wanted with your vehicle. I could see my house from here. That's one way to empty a dump truck. Oops. That was me resetting. Wrong button. Coming back. I hit the brakes. The brakes suck.
That thing has brakes.
That's a real life, though. At least they got that simulation right. I'd imagine that a dump truck, once this thing got going to speed, and you tried to slam on the brakes, you ain't stopping. It ain't gonna slow down much. It ain't even gonna lock up the brakes or lock up the tires. You're more or less gonna burn the damn truck down, trying to stop it quickly. I'm sure I told you about that. We had one guy almost burn one of the trucks down. It was going down the mountain
Surprising.
a little too quickly. Yeah, full load. He had a lot more experience than I did, and he came down the mountain one day and fully loaded, and I guess he just wasn't paying attention or whatever, coming down one of the last hills before he got to the highway, and was trying to slow down the truck before he ran into the highway where there actually is traffic. And he tried to slow down too quickly, and then he got stopped right at the stop sign and whatnot. And I was sitting there waiting for him. That's why I saw all this, and he got out onto the highway, and all of a sudden I just I just start seeing smoke coming rolling out from behind the rear axles of that of the semi itself, not the trailer, the semi. I was like, you better stop and check that. You're smoking back there on them brakes. He gets out and he's just like, fucking fire! Luckily, we all had fire extinguishers in our trucks. Fucking brakes caught fire. Because when they get that hot, when they get glowing hot, they will catch fire. And then once you get like You get that in a combination with burning, airlines and. Well
I'm
then,
doing something here.
I didn't do that.
I know.
I'm gonna go over. Well then, I think we need to go for a server reset. The physics are quite angry.
What physics?
Uh,
This isn't physics. This is just shit going crazy.
yeah. I think we need to go for a reset. As things are not happy.
It's fine.
Alrighty.
Right now,
Oops.
things are actually working better than they have been for me most of the time.
Maybe that's why they're going
This shit's
crazy.
actually happening.
It's like maybe that's why they're going crazy, because they're actually working. Yeah, before all that happened.
But yeah, no, this has really started happening because I've given up on emptying the trucks myself. It's just fill it, fill it, fill it, fill it, fill it, take more, have more, fill it. Nope, I still can't get in the dump truck. The normal dump truck.
Must be broken.
Front wheel drive.
Front wheel drive, but it has rockets underneath it. It's like banging on the. It's like just as volatile as banging on the front end of a vehicle with the battery still plugged in. And for those of you who aren't mechanics or don't know about cars or anything like that, that's something you don't ever do. Unless it's like an old vehicle. You'd never bang on the front end with the battery still connected.
Metal bumper, you're fine.
No, I got a metal bumper and I also have airbags.
Well, I mean, if you hit your metal bumper with a hammer, nothing's gonna happen.
Maybe.
You have to like really crush it.
It's all vibration that sends it to that sensor. But yeah, there's little sensors on the front of the vehicle that when it feels or when it either gets moved or feels a certain amount of heavy vibration that sets it off, then it completes the connection and sets the airbag off. I don't know if that's how they work anymore, but I know that's how they used to work. At least the older airbags, you could actually set them off. You could take them out of the steering wheel or out of the dash or whatever. Take the two wires, connect it to a battery, and watch it go poof.
Oh yeah, no, I do that all the time.
Yeah. Did you also do that in auto class?
Fuck yeah.
That was cool.
Did
Like,
it 3 times.
oh, nice. We only
Yeah,
had
we had a shit ton of them.
we only had the one, but man, it fucking went to the moon.
We had like 6.
Sheesh.
It's like you want to set it this way so it doesn't launch itself in the air. We set it the wrong way intentionally, and sent it to the moon. I would say he's relaxed in his years, but he's still as crazy as ever. He is. He's awesome. He's just fucking insane.
Yeah, he is. Well, he is a little bit insane, yeah.
It's like Shit's getting stuck in the cabinet he's trying to get stuff out of. He just starts yanking. Stuff starts falling. He just
Oh.
starts yanking. Everything falls out. But he's got what he wants.
Yeah, he gets what he wants and he walks away. And he did shit like that too. The still one of the best ones, the ones I will never forget, was the ones where, well, what we were doing was we were trying to unbolt from it was like an old 92 or 95 Cadillac car. We were trying to unbolt the alternator from the engine, or the bracket for the alternator, because the bracket was cracked. And one of the bolts broke off in the block. And since it's an older one, instead of trying to drill it, tap it, and stuff like that, the instructor goes, "Oh, I'll just weld it onto the block, right? I'll just weld the new bracket onto the block. If you don't mind doing that, it'd just be much faster and easier." And the kid's vehicle, he's like, "Yeah, sure, whatever. Probably never gonna take it off ever again anyway." So yeah, good. He's like, "Okay, but we got to clean off all that oil leak because it had like a intake oil leak all over the front." So we were cleaning it with brake clean, and we had a pan underneath the car catching all the brake clean. You could probably see where this is going,
Oh yeah.
seeing I mentioned weld. We guess what we forgot underneath the vehicle? The pan of brake clean underneath the vehicle. So the teacher goes over there to weld that bracket on, and catches fire. And being that is burning the underside of this car, which is a low slung car, it's pretty low to the ground, it's going to start burning wires and such. So we reach underneath there and pull the pan out. Well, we're right next to the tire machine. So we pull the pan out from the front of the vehicle right next to the tire machine, and then somebody runs over to go grab a fire extinguisher. And the instructor goes, "My tire machine!" And he kicks the fucking pan on fire brake clean, and it goes like a fucking napalm down the floor and up the fucking wall. Oh my gosh, man. This was the best day ever. Fucking great, man. Definitely one of the best instructors I've ever had. Or actually the best, I'd say. I'd say the second year teacher that I had was a close second, but or the time where we had this. It was a old muscle car looking thing. The guy had built this car to look like an AC Cobra. It wasn't an AC Cobra, but it was built to look like one, the body and all that. And we were just doing.
So it was a kit.
Yeah, as a kid. But it had a pretty powerful muscle car. They had to. One of the students had wired up the battery backwards to charge it. Charge the battery on there, so they had to. So the school ended up eating a wiring kit or wiring for the wiring harness and stuff. Ended up eating that price tag for that, but they finally got it done because they were just doing some other minimal maintenance on it. But they finally got it done and got it running and stuff. So the instructor's like, "Okay, nobody gets to drive this but me." So he hops in it, backs out of the stall, aims for the door, and just revs it to the fucking moon, drops the clutch, and burns both freaking tires out the garage door and around the corner out of the street. For fuck's sake, man. And then we sit there, we gotta clean up the fucking burn marks on the floor. Oh, that guy.
One of the best parts when I went through was, change of management, basically. God, they were all snowflakes about us working in there because of, how loud we were. And some of the vehicles we get.
Oh, yeah.
And some of the kids' vehicles that we were working on in there. Open
Mhm.
headers type of thing.
Oh yeah. There's a few people that brought in some Akanos as well to work on those. That was during second year, and yeah, they got a little pissed off. They're running fucking Akanos, you know. That goes straight from the header out the side underneath the front doors. That's the exhaust. Goodness, but loud. But yeah. That's it? That's all you had to say?
Oh yeah, yeah. I mean,
Okay.
you know, they hated a whole lot of stuff about us.
Hmm.
Always, you know, being loud. Testing stuff before hooking everything back up. You know, you got a diesel pickup with a turbo. Well, why hook everything back up right away when you don't know if you're ready to hook everything back up right away?
Hmm.
So you've got a diesel pickup with the turbo. That's the that's the extent of the exhaust. Screaming loud. It's okay.
Yep.
I think we had a 454 with an RV cam. Same as the Econo. Open headers basically was all it had.
Always
They
the best.
bitched so much. It's like, can't we be quiet? No, not really.
We're not a mechanic shop, of course not. 'Cause yeah, truly we're working on real people's vehicles, not just mock-ups out of the garage that never see the light of day, really.
Oh, and then the transmission dyno. That's fun.
That little fucking motor, man.
It's a
Oh,
little Buick V6 from
that
like the 70s.
yeah, that thing is fucking loud when you don't have the exhaust tube thing on it.
You used the exhaust tube?
Uh, the time we had it on there, I mean, it didn't always get put on, but when it got,
We never did. We were
but yeah,
assholes.
that thing is fucking noisy. I think we've torn this up quite a bit, huh?
Yeah.
I just kind of been throwing the dirt over here.
Yeah, I saw.
It's just like, it's too much work anymore. Do the dump truck stuff.
Yeah, this middle part you're gonna kind of have to a degree. Why is this thing sinking into the fucking ground?
Nope. Our depth perception.
Right about here, I think. If I could press the right button. Yeah, that should be good. first things I did in second year. There was a Chrysler 300. And it was there for some reason. It might have been a drug car or something because it was gonna be crushed. And they're like, here, you can have this, but it needs to be destroyed.
I don't understand
And
why.
They never did anything with it.
Still
So,
don't ever understand that.
yeah. The whole time, it's like, okay, it's got a V8 of sorts. That's kind of neat and whatnot. What are we gonna do? First thing on my second year is, hey, I want you, and he chose the worst person to do this. I want you to get every computer out of that.
Yeah, fuck that shit.
I don't mind that, because he's like, I want you to pull the engine, the trans, the differentials, or the differential, because he thought it was a straight axle. It's just a pumpkin in the rear. It's an independent. It's a little pumpkin and CVs. But, you know, he said every computer. Okay. So me and the guy I was with, you know, he didn't really care what we were doing, but it's like, yeah, he said this, all right. We had the engine trans out in, you know, like an hour, because we literally just grabbed it and ripped it out of there. We did not care. We weren't being careful. We weren't paying attention. It's just like everything disconnected, wiring harness out. We did not pay attention to where anything went. Wiring harness is out. Perfect. Where's the computers? Just engine and transmission out as a unit. And then it's like, okay, he wanted every computer. He's going to get every computer. Seats out. Carpet out. Instrument panel and all those clusters out. Heater and everything out. We had that thing stripped bare bones. And you know where the dyno is in there. We were on that left wall, or on the north side of that wall in the middle there, that's just to the south of the dyno. It's in the stall that faces west, with the lift right there. And it's not like it's not an obvious spot, but he didn't pay us any attention. And, you know, at the end of the day, in like a grand total of maybe 6 hours, we had that thing stripped bare bones. Seats and all of that was out, and he's like, what did you guys do? And it's like, you wanted every computer, and we just handed him the fucking wiring harness. It's like everything from the front crash sensors to the rear crash sensors, and every computer in between still connected to it. And he's like, oh, this has more computers than I thought it was going to. And it's like, yeah, and? What do you want done with the car? I mean, it's currently on jack stands in the rear end because you wanted the differential. Oh, it's not a straight axle. Motherfucker, what did you expect?
Yeah, I don't know if they ever did a Chrysler 300C with a straight axle. That's because that's
Nope.
around the era where they were really they still wanted rear-wheel drive vehicles, but they wanted the independent rear suspension. So
Yep, and that's what happened there. So
because straight axles were more or less for the trucks. Like it's just like, yeah, we're gonna lighten the load. Oh yeah, I'm getting some graphical errors. I'm getting flashes of white.
yeah,
Yeah, I bet you that's graphics card. Yep,
bonk.
the light is flashing.
Yeah, I'm not getting any of that white flashing.
That's... Might have to do a reset if that's gonna keep
Yeah.
happening. Yeah, we need to do a reset anyway.
Gotcha. But yeah, it was. He chose the wrong people for that job in the way that it almost, if you want to use the term malicious compliance, we took his word at his word. We weren't like, okay, yeah, we'll just take the computers, unplug them, and set them over there. Because he also wanted the engine wiring harness, but it was all really connected as one, so
Uh-huh.
yeah.
Alright.
Eventually, he didn't want the differential, so that went back in. And it was just a rolling chassis with the seats and everything in it.
Yeah, lazily put in.
We stacked everything back in it. And we said, hey, doesn't Collision, normally fix doors? Like they'll take a hammer to a door and tell a kid to fix it? Yeah. This thing's going to the crusher, right? Well, yeah. Want us to take the doors to Collision? It's like, they're not going to notice. They've forgot this thing existed.
Yeah.
And he's like, you know what? Yeah, go take those and drop them off. And so, of course, we grab the pickup. We grab all 4 doors. And we go down. Nobody's at Collision. Everyone's gone. It's like, why is nobody here?
Huh.
So we just start fucking around looking for somebody, and we eventually find someone. And it's like, hey, do you want some car doors? And he looks at us like we're insane.
Yep.
And it's like, what do you mean? And it's like, do you want some car doors for the kids to work on? We have a car that's going to get crushed. Do you want the doors off it? Well, what do you mean? It's like, motherfucker, we've got free doors off a car. Do you want them? It's like, we are standing out front. Look at that pickup. You see those? You want them. Yes or no?
Uh-huh. Alrighty. Well, we're gonna do a quick reset. We'll be back shortly. Okay, hopefully the game has been fixed. Or that the graphics have been fixed. Then it won't be so flashy. I've noticed too with these longer jobs, it's always the excavating that takes the longest out of like any real stage. When you're digging big old holes and stuff, it seems to take a lot of time, like hours.
Well, there
Out
was
of
a
me.
shit ton when it came to placing all those materials in that container hotel. That
What?
felt like that was taking forever, placing all those materials.
Yeah, that too. But I'd say the digging definitely though did take a very, very long time. I'd say that was almost half a video. I'm stuck in the dump truck. I'm stuck. There we go. There we go, dump truck. Somehow I have crash welded myself.
Well done. There.
Ah, I'm free. Thank you. Don't know how I did that, but As soon as you touch the dump truck with your bucket, it like digs itself in and then won't let go.
Looks like fun.
Whee!
There. Perfect.
Alright. That's exactly where I needed to be. Let's get to digging. Oh, I can't turn. A reset was needed. Come on, Excel. There it is. Oh, now you're down in a hole.
I'm good.
Sorry, I'm using interior view. I guess that's one way to get a bucket full of dirt. Just shove the bucket through the ground. Like this.
I mean, if it works.
It worked for a second. Oh, there we go. Yeah. Got it. It's not a very effective way of doing that. I like how we just kind of given up on emptying the dump truck. Just every 2 buckets fills it up. It's just like, yeah. Just gonna go ahead and just not worry about it.
Well, that's the thing. It makes money, and it can make a lot of money. But, and here's the thing, but
Big old butt.
you have to get out of the fucking excavator every 10, 15 seconds.
And you know, in
And
real
it's
life,
like,
that would be.
scoop, empty, scoop, empty. That's it.
It's like, you know, in real life, that'd be like every 5 to 10 minutes. With these big excavators, less than 5 minutes, maybe. You could fill that dump truck up. And then have to drive it, go dump it somewhere. But yeah, you would have a guy full time on that though. You know, sitting there waiting for the truck to be full, and then driving off with it. Even here, with 2 of us, we'd have to have a third person emptying the dump truck every 2 seconds. Of course, it'd make a lot of money though if we had that. Only we could get a certain somebody or 2 certain somebodies interested in something like this.
Currently at work.
Yeah. I can't even get an answer out of them half the time anymore.
I talk to her fairly often, but I don't talk to him too much.
Well, yeah, you have like that Wednesday, don't you? Don't you have like a game?
Oh no, that went out and died.
Yeah.
Shocking. But no, since her boss went to the loony bin,
Hmm.
so she had to take over doing that. So that kind of knocked her out of having any free time at all.
Oof. To the loony bin. Holy crap.
So they, I believe, were military. So they came back kind of fucked up anyway.
Yeah.
But what happened was they moved in with somebody. And once they moved in with that person, weird shit started happening to them and they started being all fucked up in the head. But when they got away from them, they were fine. But then they were back in with them and they started losing their minds again.
Weird.
That person was spiking whatever, while they were there.
Yeah. Like something like that happens, there's definitely might be something nefarious going on.
Well, I think I'm kind of stuck here, but I can still work.
I got you. Grab my arm.
Whoosh.
Yeah, it's probably actually. Oh, there you go.
Boy.
Whoa, got bright all of a sudden. You know what? That's actually a thing that happens. Where it's like you get the ass crack of dawn, right? And it's still dark, but there's a little bit of light coming in. But it stays that way for a little while, and then all of a sudden it's like boom, brightness, full sun action. Like there are places like that does happen. And I imagine here as well with the whole dam being next to us, definitely makes sense.
Yep.
We're just constantly in the shadow until about 9 a.m. and all of a sudden, oh, there's the sun. There's all of our brightness.
Let's see what happens.
Wee!
That happened.
Yep. That was not unexpected though.
Nope.
Considering
Not at that point.
every time you overfill the truck, dirt spawns underneath it. And if nobody's in it, the physics are turned off. So as soon as you get in, boop, physics goes, oh, I'm awake.
I'm not gonna say I wasn't expecting that.
Being in the middle there, though, might have to have a dump truck. No, you can reach. You're fine. I like that you can make piles of dirt, though. It's pretty cool. I don't think you could do that in 2015, not to that level. Because, yeah, once you place the dirt outside the area, it disappears.
Which was nice.
I guess, yeah, that's nice too, but I still like the subtle little detail that we can just make massive piles if we want.
Well,
Oh, I just see you in the mirror there. Flopped over.
I'm waiting for it to figure out what it's gonna do. That's what it's gonna do.
I was trying to help. I don't think I was gonna figure it out. Of course, we might need somebody down at the bottom of the hole just to take out some of the other stuff. Can't get to from up here. Ah! Just got moved. You trying to bury me? I got some weird. Whoa! Alright. That happened.
What do you think happened?
What?
Physics.
What the fuck?
Fucking hate this game so much.
What is happening right now? I was trying to dig down there. And it just wanted to be a glitchy mess all of a sudden. Down. Knack can crawl over there. I don't think you. You're just moving the dirt.
Yep, that's exactly what I'm doing. I am moving it so that we can get to it. Because right now it's so fucked. We can't even get to it.
If you swing all the way around, you could probably put it on the outside of the border there. On that left side. On the back of the very far side next to that ramp.
Let me look. Maybe.
I will say it did work. I am able to reach the dirt. Somewhat. Maybe I should throw a dump truck down there.
Just gonna get underneath it and then make a mess. Send it to the moon.
Yeah, that's fun though. Alrighty. How's it going over there? You were still going.
Yep.
Getting anywhere?
Yeah.
No, you've cleaned it up. Look at you go. There's literally so many hills over here of dirt. We could make a BMX track or a dirt bike track.
Yeah.
Okay. We're getting her down though.
Let me see your bucket. Can you curl it so I can fill it? I'm running out of places to pour stuff.
Whoa! What the fuck happened to that dirt? Oh, you know what it is? You have a much more bucket capacity than I do, so the game freaked out. That's what happened there. Let me move out of the way. Then you can put the dirt where I am. Trying to navigate all the crap. There we go.
Moving it from A to B, A to B.
Yep. It's definitely been the more wild of our episodes. one of the episodes that have had the most most stuff happen. Yeah, the most glitches and crap happen. Yeah. Oh, power. Need to level up. I've been stuck on 102 out of 108,000 for, I think, this will be the second video? Oh.
I'll just get rid of it because mine was out of fuel, out of service, so.
We'll
Should
make
be able-
you some money.
Too close.
I'm stuck.
Should I go forward? Oh. That's not good. My bucket is now
Yeah.
in the earth. Earth. Okay. Nope, it's not like real life. I can't pound the dirt with with the bottom of my bucket. That's how you pack dirt with an excavator. Use the flat part and just pound it into the ground. Of course, not too hard though. You don't want to ruin anything.
Yeah, you want to snap the bucket right off.
Yeah. That's-
Was that a full bucket?
Probably not. I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, it's like that didn't fucking do shit.
But I also don't have any bucket capacity either.
Oh, I have all of it. I've got all of the bucket capacity. Oh god, that is.
That's not quite a full bucket, but let's
You
get it.
did like a fifth, maybe.
Whoa, why did I get stuck there? Okay. Pay attention, this one's a full bucket. I have a full.
Alright.
Yeah, I have no.
Halfway full after 3.
Well, that wasn't 3 full buckets, but yeah, still. I keep getting stuck on that dirt pile right there. It's weird. But yeah, I don't have the. Apparently, getting a full bucket is a skill, and even if you get a full bucket, you can still get more than a full bucket.
You're getting there.
Video game logic. Yeah, you know you know what I've noticed here. I think the dirt physics are the same as the dump truck physics, or the same as probably any physics in this game. The physics, if they're not being touched by a player or the player's vehicle that the player is in, the physics are frozen until they touch it, or they get within a certain vicinity of that for the
Yeah.
physics to be turned back on. This does save. It saves on space for the physics engine, having to calculate and stuff like that. It saves it on the game, but in the same turn, you end up with weird crap that goes on constantly. And the game is incredibly jittery and stuff like that because all of a sudden the physics wakes up, the physics engine wakes up, and then it has to calculate a whole bunch of shit all at once. It's like this dirt here. Like sometimes I'll lift my bucket up or whatever, and I'll have this huge, like really tall, graphically stretched pile, and then I'll go and touch it with my bucket, and then it'll fall back down to where it's supposed to be. That's what's going on there, and that could also contribute. There's a lot of things contributing, I think, to frame loss and stuff like that. That they just need to fix. And there needs to be more consistency. The graphics. Right now there's a lot of inconsistencies. And it actually makes the game look more ugly when you have, high definition, super awesome, good looking graphics, and then right next to that you have a super low res, nasty looking thing that looked like it walked out of the super early 2000s. And it makes it look so much worse. It's kind of like there's a new debate on the new Need for Speed game. There's a new debate on that.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Because EA went with a really weird graphic for their game. They did like a hybrid cell shading between cell shading and kind of like comic book drawing style with a little bit of cell shading in it. And then the other big part of it is the hyper realistic looking graphics. So you got the hyper realistic looking cars and environment, but the characters and a lot of the kind of environmental graphic stuff that goes on, like tire smoke and flying through the air and stuff like that. A lot of that stuff is like comic book cell shaded style. It's really strange to look at, and you can't really turn that kind of stuff off either. Like a lot of people have noted, it's just like they seem to went with the hybrid stuff. Some people like this style, and some people like the regular hyper realistic, kind of, drab looking stuff. And it's just like they should have just went with one way or another. If they were gonna go, but there are some games out there that have those different types of graphical styles, and you can switch between them freely. So I think they should have went all out with their comic book graphic style. That would have made for a more interesting Need for Speed game than this kind of hybrid, kind of weird looking, like nobody really knows what to think about it. Yeah, I'd rather them did that. And honestly,
it is something, but you're not sure what.
yeah, you're just like, I don't know if I like this or not. And it's just like, people pointed out that you can turn off the cell shading, kind of. The cell shading part of it, kind of the comic book graphic style. Almost. It's like you can turn that off, kind of. You can tone it down, but you can't turn it off completely. And it's just like, okay, well then what was the point of the option in the first place,
Yeah,
If people-
it's a waste of time and effort on the people who made it. If you're just gonna be able to turn it off.
Well, I'd rather have both. If you're going to go for that, go for both options. Turn it on for hyper realistic that turns that stuff off completely for people that want the hyper realistic looking game. And then if people want the cell shaded thing, the cell shaded side of it, because it's quirky, it's new, it's not something that's been really done before for a racing game. At least nothing of that, nothing in the AAA side of style. It's never been done like that for a racing game in the AAA genre. I would call it AAA genre. It's because it's made by them big companies, big multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar companies. But yeah, then switch it over to the cell shaded stuff if you want that more comic book looking stuff. And honestly, I haven't bought a Need for Speed in years. Not since Need for Speed 2012. I think it was called that. It was that where they decided to go back to their street racing version finally, and then it turned out to be shit anyway. I mean, it was okay, but the problem was it was always online. You had to be connected to the internet to play it. It was an always online game, which made the game terrible, because it was it's peer-to-peer connection, which they've always done with online. So what would happen is you'd be in a race completely on your own, not able to see other drivers or anything like that, really. Didn't know. They're not interfering with your race or whatever, but they would interfere your race if somebody had a poor connection to the internet. It would end up screwing up the AI so bad that they would rubber band all over the fucking place. And it would just make races damn near impossible sometimes. It was such a... It was their attempt at going back to street racing, but they kind of failed on that front. If they would have stuck with the single player and multiplayer, like if they had these option between the two, it probably would have been a lot better than it was. But it was just if you got one person that had a bad connection inside your 8-player, I think it was like 8-player game, roaming around in the world, that made your world incredibly fucking laggy. And it was just annoying to play. Still not annoying as Need for Speed Heat, though, I'd say. Heat was one of the worst for me. Because you'd just be racing along, your level like 10 driver or whatever. And then you get the max level freaking player cop car that comes in with all the abilities and just ruins your day.
Yeah.
And you can't do nothing about it. You can't turn it off. You can't go offline. It was just, it was incredibly annoying. It's just like, nope, I'm done with this. Screw this shit. This was a waste of money. Of course, that was, I say a waste of money because that was one of the ones where where I was still buying discs at that time. So it's just like, oh well. But I think where Need for Speed really started to go downhill was after Need for Speed Carbon. Maybe not after Carbon, maybe it was after Pro Street. Pro Street was alright. It was a track racer, but it was still alright. It was still good. Still had quite a lot of good qualities in it, but I think after that, Need for Speed Undercover was, that was god awful. I'm sure there's people that disagree, but I hated it. It was the way that game was structured was like an arcade game. You had your rival enemy racers that you're racing up against or whatever, and they have giant health bars and stuff like that above their vehicles, and it's just like, okay, what happened? Oh, that's not how it's supposed to work. There's a strip of dirt coming out of your bucket. Oh, it fixed itself.
Yeah, yeah.
Whoa.
I,
Uh-oh, my excavator's gone.
no idea where that went.
It disappeared. I turned around 1 second to look at your bucket because it had a strip of dirt sticking out of it like a blade, and then all of a sudden I turned back around and now my bucket's my excavator. Oh hey, it's kind of there. Like I can see it on the map.
Well, hop in it. See what happens.
I was trying, but the icon kept disappearing. Oh, there we go. Okay. Yeah. Teleporting back. But yeah, I think after it was probably after Pro Street and Carbon as well. After Carbon, Pro Street was like a track racer. They were trying something new, so it was just like because they were always a street racing game before then. Underground 2.
The ones
Need-
that need remakes.
yeah, the
Just the way they were.
exactly.
Keep
Oh,
the god awful, disgusting rims and wings and all of that. I want 39-inch spinners on my shitty Honda Accord from 2001.
that was always the best. And then you there
I want butterfly doors. I want
the butterfly head.
gaudy-ass nitrous purges. Yes, I want it all. I want nitrous coming out of every orifice on the vehicle whenever I purge.
Hydraulics. That was also a thing in Underground 2.
Sound
Was
system.
yeah, the sound system. Even though it didn't do anything, it was still fun.
And I want to go on magazine covers. I don't want nothing new. I don't want like Instagram or anything like that.
Yeah.
I want it the way it was when it came out because fuck yes, that'd be disgusting and I love it.
Yeah, the only thing I would want different is graphic. Like, update the graphics.
Oh yeah. That basically
Update
that's
the-
what I'm saying. Update
yeah.
the graphics, update the racing.
Yep, update the AI to be a better engine. Because the AI were pretty shit.
I mean, the drifting is awesome. All
Yeah,
of
the
that.
drifting was actually really good. I mean, it did. Sadly, it didn't extend outside the events for drifting, but
But in the drifting events,
it was really good. Yeah,
and I'd
Yes.
be fine with that.
Yep.
Yes, it's disgusting, but I'd be fine with that.
I want Need for Speed Underground 2 remake definitely. Just a full.
I think they would sell a lot.
Oh yeah,
They simply just up the graphics, up the engine. You know, plain and simple. Didn't do anything stupid or crazy with it.
Mhm.
I think because it's a nice, simple game. It's got a terrible story.
what story there was? Yeah,
It's
it was.
got a
I remember the
disgusting story.
the story didn't have cutscenes really. It was
Yeah,
the cuts.
pictures.
Yeah, the cutscenes were told in a magazine.
Oh, it's
in
so bad.
in a
It's so
comic
terrible.
book.
Mhm.
It was the best part though. This is like
But that's like one of the first open world racers I can think of.
because Need for Speed Underground, the first one was not an open world racer. That one you just selected races from a menu.
Yeah, Underground 2, I think they should definitely remake and just leave it the way it is.
Yeah, they've
Oh,
been
keep the voice acting the exact, just copy paste.
yeah. The
Terrible voice acting. God, I love it.
but the
It's
people
so
that
bad.
played Need for Speed Underground 2, we've all been asking EA, just basically begging them to remake that, but they never do it. They'll do
It's
something
like-
simple or something similar or whatever, or they'll just the next Need for Speed they'll just completely go off the fucking rails, just like I did, down into a
right.
hole, and just make a shit game, and then everybody's disappointed. That's why I stopped buying them. After Need for Speed Underground, or after Need for Speed 2012, that street racing game. After that, I was done. I was done after Need for Speed The Run because they turned it into a fucking action racing game, which made no sense. I mean, it wasn't too bad, but I was just like, I'm done buying Need for Speeds after this. And then, of course I got, I had bought Need for Speed Heat, and then I was like, okay, well, I'm done after that. And then, of course, I saw 2012 come out, and they're just like, oh yeah, it's gonna be a true street racer, just like the old days. And it's just like, oh, that's awesome, I'll give it a chance. And oh, well, it
It
wasn't.
did, and it failed.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't fail as hard as some of the others, but it definitely was not the greatest either. And then, yeah, after that one, I was definitely done, and I have not bought any for Speed since. And I've seen them come out, all these Need for Speeds been coming out. It's just like, I watch, I still look at reviews for them. I watch other people play it, and I'm just like, man, I'm glad I didn't buy that one. Or was it Hot Pursuit? Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, I think it was actually called. Hot Pursuit 2? I don't know. It was the one where they went back to no modifications for your cars. Everything was original. That's what they meant by we're gonna go back to Need for Speed roots. But they went too far back. Because if you ever played Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, the original Need for Speed Hot Pursuit, that's what that game was about. I think it was Hot Pursuit 2. It was called Hot Pursuit 2. It's like PlayStation 1 era, I want to say. As well. Maybe. That game, there was no car customization back then. It was just you got a car, and you were racing against the police on massive highways and interstates and just racing all over the place. And these stock vehicles, because they didn't have customization back then.
Mm-hmm.
No performance customization, no visual, other than color. I think you drove police back then as well. You also got to drive police cars. Oh my gosh, I keep falling in this fucking hole.
Yeah, no, it handles like absolute garbage.
It's because what's happening is the dirt is being pushed up into my arm when I actually dig with the bucket itself.
Smaller bites.
And then it just throws me away. I guess I'm going down into the hole. Stuck. There we go. I don't know if I can reach.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should be able to go higher than that.
I can't see up that way though. Doing first person.
Gotcha.
Let me move my camera. There we go. Try that. Oh, nope. Thought I locked it. If I press one of the sticks in, I can actually move the interior camera around. And then I press the stick in again and I lock it in place. Yeah, they definitely need to go back to making street racing games. I know for a while there was like a stigma against street racing, and that's kind of why they went away from it, but they shouldn't have in the first place. I mean, what they had was good.
The thing is it's like, look at what happened with Forza Horizon. Yes, Test Drive Unlimited came out about before it, but I think it was a little bit ahead of its time. Nonetheless, it was a great game. But if they were to bring back Underground 2 the way it was, I mean, it's missing so many things that these new games have. But I think so many people, just for nostalgia, would love to buy that. Like, just
oh yeah, because you can't buy it for PC like officially.
I was
You
gonna
have
say,
to.
yeah, no,
you have to.
officially.
Yeah, you have to. If you're gonna buy it, you have to go through a third party. like eBay.
Somebody gave me a thumb drive, and somewhere on my computer there is a thing labeled Need for Speed Underground 2006.
Stuck.
You crammed your bucket as far into my...
I don't know how. Oh, there we go.
You were above it, and then you went down.
No, actually, I did buy the key for Need for Speed Underground 2. Somebody had a key they sold on eBay for like $6.
Yep.
Stop getting stuck on stuff.
Well, you keep going down and grabbing my dump truck.
I think that's my stick doing that. To be honest, like it goes down on its own.
And then you ram down. It's like,
Yeah, see,
that's why
see
you
right
keep
there.
getting stuck.
That's definitely my stick doing that. Like crazy fucking going left, and then it. I don't know. Maybe it's going up as well. Back up just a little bit.
Dump it, you should be. When you dump, it'll be enough.
There we go. Sometimes the bucket just goes back down. But yeah, I bought that off of eBay for $6. That key. But since it's an old game, you can install it, and it's one of those games where you can install it on as many computers as you can as possible.
Yep,
Because
you
it's
got a
not
key.
because it's not checked through the online system, only the once to see that the key is valid.
Yeah, there is Assassin's Creed Black Flag. I just downloaded that to play that, and
Oh, there went my graphics again. Oh, there went my
boy,
graphics
do
again.
I hate it. Because I had to download the whole Uplay system, and
Oh yeah, you have to have that
every time
active.
I've got to log in, and it's like, why can't you just let me play the fucking game?
Yep, you have to be logged in with Ubisoft. Yeah, they're just as bad as EA when it comes to that kind of stuff. Just like you have to have this and you have to have that. You have to go through their specific special launcher, otherwise you can't play the game. So, you know, what ends up happening is you have a million game launchers on your computer taking up all your disk space.
Yep. I uninstalled GTA, I uninstalled Red Dead, I uninstalled Cyberpunk because, you know, Assassin's Creed, 3 launchers right there, Rockstar, CD Projekt Reds, and then...
Yep, everybody's got to have their own launcher. They can't just... And I've heard the argument too, oh, it's just a launcher, it's not that bad. It's like, fucking, why do I need to have 1,000 of them?
I mean, you know, for games I have, I have
It's
at
like-
least 4 launchers on my computer right now.
Yeah. It's like, what? There's plenty of games out there that work just fine with that, say, Steam. Steam launches the game, you're done. The game launches and you're fine. You don't need any extra bullshit on your computer to get the game launched. I hated when Rockstar released theirs as well. And it was just a disaster for some of their games. It's just like, oh, you wanna play this game that you own? How about fuck you? The key is no longer valid, or it's not authenticating the key through their launcher all of a sudden, and now you're not allowed to play. It's like, man. You know, honestly, at this point, if it's gonna be this much fucking trouble just to play a game, give me a disc. I'll pop in a fucking disc each time I want to play the game. That's so much easier. Fucking hell. Does it need to be this freaking complicated? Yeah, I do have a few games though where it's just like, okay, launch the game. Launches the launcher. Okay, launch the game. Okay, it goes through another thing. And continues to launch the game. Then finally, you're going through the splash screens. Yeah, I have Assassin's Creed Black Flag as well. Freaking love that game. I've never uninstalled that one off of Steam. It's just like, I can't. Even though I haven't played it in like 6 months to a year, I don't think I'll ever uninstall that. Because there'll come a time where I'll want to play that sucker right now. All of a sudden.
The only reason I have is because of space. Needed the space.
I just find other ones, the games. Just because Black Flag, that's the game that Pirates of the Caribbean should have been the game that they made. It's like if they would have taken all of the game engine and coding and stuff from Black Flag and turned that into Pirates of the Caribbean, that game would have been amazing. But of course, like I would say 90% of the video game or of the movie video games, it was absolute trash. Like I swear, some of those. It's like the people that made the movie, that directed the movie, did all the writing for it and everything, decided that they were going to try their hand at making a game, knowing nothing about it, and going in, and that's why the movie games turned out to be shit, because I could just see that. The freaking film director over there trying to write code.
Having no idea what's going on.
Yep. He got like a YouTube tutorial on the second monitor for C++. Oh man. Just need to freaking. I think if enough people were to, if enough people were to try and make a change with a lot of these video game companies, the AAA ones, they could definitely do it. It's just that
it would take enough people, but there's too many people that love their Madden and FIFA and just blowing billions of dollars into EA's pockets.
Yeah, it's not even it's not just even EA too. You got Ubisoft, even Rockstar now. It's doing a lot of scummy stuff. At least in my opinion, it's scummy.
So, Red Dead 1 had an amazing multiplayer. Yes, you ran into all those assholes, but they weren't very often that you ran into them. But then with Red Dead 2 online, they tripled down on the monetization that they could get out of it, and then they would throw patches in there secretly to make shit even harder, and then it's like, oh, this spot to farm money, and then they'd change it completely or get rid of what you could farm or change the value. And
well, yeah, because it affects their intake.
Yep.
It affects their money intakes.
And it's just so toxic.
Yeah,
you can't walk down the street without dying.
Well, not only that, but also a lot of the multiplayer games from all these companies and stuff where it has a progression system. It's the same mentality as the mobile games, but you're paying for it. At least with mobile games, to have that shitty system where there's there's ads or there's incredibly slow, grindy progression unless you spend money. At least with mobile games, you get the game for free, so you can kind of understand why they have that kind of progression system in there. And then they have the ability to speed up that progression system via money because, well, you got the game for free. and they got to make their money somewhere in order to pay for making the mobile game. Because, you know, they had to pay people to do that and all that stuff. And they're making a free game. So I can kind of understand where that comes from. But when you're paying $60, $70, $80, $100, $120, you know, stuff like that, and you're getting these same kind of systems where, you know, oh, well, you can make your progression faster if you spend $100 or you spend $200 or whatever. You can
Yeah.
mitigate that progression, and then it turns into basically a pay-to-win system. Even though there be tons of people that claim it's not, it's like it's still pay-to-win. It's like because you're paying for you're spending money with the Rockstar titles. You're spending money to get in-game money to then buy that better stuff. So then you stop getting owned in multiplayer. So you can have those better guns, the better
Oh,
weaponry
well.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, like if you hop into GTA multiplayer today, I would assume you would get blown up by a jet or one of those bikes with the missiles or something stupid. Like
Yeah,
that
and
within the first 15 minutes.
and half the time that's not even people that actually earn that. It's so full of freaking modders anymore. Like you'll be lucky if you don't run into a lobby that has a few modders in it anymore. But that's just I don't know. When it comes to modding multiplayer, I hate people that cheat the system. But when the system is rigged against people who play it fairly, without spending money or anything like that,
Oh yeah.
then it's just like, okay, well, I could see where people are now modding to get stuff because it's just like, because otherwise to get this type of stuff, it's not going to take you minutes, it's not going to take you hours, it's not going to take you days, it's going to take you weeks, months of hard
Well,
work and stuff
here,
like that
let's-
in order to
what
get
was
one
it?
fucking thing.
The heists. Like the biggest payout on any of the heists you could get, it would take like what, 2 hours minimum to do the biggest heist in GTA on multiplayer.
Yeah, and that was and to do it successfully, you usually need a team of 2 to 4 players.
Yeah, so
everybody
here's the
has to-
thing. If you're farming money for one person over the course of 2 to 4 hours, they don't earn anything. And that one person earns like what, maybe $1 million on the biggest heist, but normally it's like 500,000. And it's like over 2 to 4 hours, could you have earned that just grinding through random games
Yeah,
in multiplayer races and whatnot?
but they mitigated it so much that you almost have no choice but to spend money in order to get anywhere.
And the reason I think that it's still as alive as it is because of the 5M and roleplay servers that they have.
That stuff's still going, huh?
Oh yeah, the roleplay servers are really big.
Yeah, because they like when I started watching them, at least a little bit here and there. It's just like, man, you know, that a lot of these servers have been around for a very, very long time already.
Yeah. So there are a couple out there that have been around a long time, but
Yeah. The only reason I never got into it though is because there's I understand their system, why they needed to have the system that they did for those roleplay servers. I didn't want to go through the work, to be honest.
some
There's
of them
a
weren't bad, some of them were, and then you always have the people who are power tripping as cops or admins or moderators. You always have those people that are power tripping, and it's like, you have to find a good one, and then even
Yeah.
then it's meh.
there's just a lot of work involved with getting set up on one of those servers. But like I said, I understood the application system they had. I understand why they did that, to rule out any undesirables.
Roles or because I remember I was on one of them for a little bit, and it was just, there was nothing going on. It's like you either play a criminal, or if you're playing a cop, it's like I just want to be some dude having a good time hanging out.
Mhm.
Oh, well, we're gonna do crime or criminal shit, or you just got kidnapped to do a thing for a heist, and it's just like that's okay, but I don't want to do criminal shit.
Yeah.
If I wanted to, I'd just play Grand Theft Auto Online.
That's the story for the online criminal shit.
Yep.
But yeah, it's just like I just didn't want to put in the work of having to do that. Plus, it was also some of them role playing servers, the good ones, is usually a commitment with that type of stuff. Like I was
Yeah.
reading some of the rules, it's just like you need to be on this many times a week. Otherwise,
Or
you
the whitelisted servers, yes. The servers that they don't really care about, that just have a lot of people, yeah, you don't really have to worry about that. But for whitelisted servers, where you have to go through all the rigmarole and bullshit,
yeah, but those were the ones you wanted to be on though, because
yeah,
that was the
because
good
those
ones.
are the ones that are, the good ones where people are committed to it.
Yep.
And
But again,
if
it's
people
just-
are fucking up and being assholes, they're not going to be there that long.
It's, I was watching a guy called, I think it was Polecat. That's who I was watching. I don't know if he's on them type of servers anymore, but I think he was on a moderator on one of them. One of the big ones. Something pretty entertaining. Pretty entertaining dude. Very good at role playing and stuff like that. And some of the other big YouTubers as well that did that kind of stuff. A lot of fun to watch. I would definitely commit to it if I could. I don't have. Now I definitely don't have the time, but unless I was doing it for a series, that always did look fun though. I can't dig this part.
Which part?
There's a part to your left that I cannot dig. Unless it's already dug and it's just not showing it for me.
It's already dug.
Like right here where my bucket is,
Yep.
there's a bunch of
It's
dirt.
already dug.
I just dug a bunch of dirt, but it's not. There's nothing in my bucket. We're almost there. You know it's a good game when you end up talking about other games while playing it.
I know, right?
I'm like, well, we need to talk about something. We can't talk about this game while we're playing it right now.
And
Like-
this is the first of 10 steps.
Yeah, this is the longest step, though. It's gotta be. We've been here for a few hours already, I think. Maybe an hour. Maybe two.
2. Fuck it. Whatever.
Yeah, as long as it gets out of the pit. It's like just throw it on the side. It'll disappear.
Or it won't, but either way.
It should. I think it fixes it within the construction area. Because outside the blue fence, you can't, or you can throw dirt out there, but it doesn't actually go anywhere. It just disappears.
Oh, that's as far down as it'll go.
We're so close. 3%. We can do it. Oh, jeez. Every time that does that, it's like a backwards dirt fall. This goes up. It's like a dirt Kano. Yeah, it shoots up and then tries to shove me backwards. %, but we're only 12% done. Oh no. Of course, we also haven't completed the stage yet, and I think that percentage only updates when a stage is completed. Yeah, we've been here for 2 hours exactly. Just about. Oh, I guess that's not exactly, but 2 hours just about. Hour and 58. At least that's how long the recording has been so far. So we've been here longer, actually, so there was probably about 20 minutes of nothing altogether. Almost. You're like, get on in there, dig faster. Alright, we did it. Man, that did take a while. What?
$500,000.
We dug clear out here. That's where it wanted dug, and then it's like, no, we'll just pull it back into this way. Oh, yeah, let me buy the materials
Yep.
real
And
quick.
I will be right back.
And I'm going to make you a person that can do things. Is that means something? Foreman. There we go. You over here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, and 2, 1. Check out. Purchase. Alrighty. Do interior view. Can't see anything. See if I can do this. Normally you'd have a spotter, but
Alright, I'm back.
trying to do this first person.
Have fun. Nah. Sure as fuck ain't. I prefer third person, just in general.
Trying to grab this pallet of wood, but I have no idea how close I am to it.
Do you have the little dots? The little dot.
Yeah,
clickies?
I have the
When
little
it
links.
turns green,
Well,
you are over it.
I know that, but I don't know how close that hook is to the
So
pallet of
yeah,
wood.
you're about 4 feet away.
Okay, down
You need to go further out.
or further out.
Yep. You're about 3 feet away. Alright. You need to come back now.
Uh-huh. Just do this for this
Okay,
one.
Yep, right there.
Oh, I heard the ding.
Yeah, I was gonna say you should have been able to grab it. You need to come back just a smidgen. But your height is about good. If anything, you might need. Yeah, there you go. I was gonna say, if anything, you might have to come down a Oh.
What?
Nothing.
Where did you go?
So what happened was,
You just went through the
apparently
rock.
my neck got caught in the pallet, and then you just took it off.
Alrighty then. Too bad you didn't grab a screenshot of that, huh?
It happened too quick. It happened, and then
Yeah,
it
did.
reset me.
Alright, we'll go back to exterior view. That was fun though. Trying to figure that out. That's about how they would do it. They'd have a spotter with a radio. Like, okay, this way, that way, down.
Further down, left, right, up, down, northeast, southwest.
I just remember the crane one that I had to direct for the treetops, delivering treetops to a paper mill. They had a big old kind of almost like a container crane style, where it was like a big old crane on tracks. And it would so you drive the truck in there, unstrap it in a very specific bay. And then you would drive into this other bay, and you would park the truck at this very specific red line. The front of your truck had to line up with this red line, very specifically. And then you'd go into what they called the bomb shelter, which is a little metal shack about 20 feet away from the truck. And then the crane would come down, and you would direct them via a phone radio. It was almost like a metal phone booth style, and the phone was hanging on the wall, but it was a radio. It was really weird. But yeah, you go in there and you direct the crane. Kinda. You wouldn't really tell him like, further back, further forward. He sits right above the claw, but you would tell him, up and down, so he didn't grab your trailer and take it up with him. Because the claws were freaking massive. They could pick up that entire truck and trailer, no problem. if they grabbed it. So, yeah, you'd have to tell them, be like, and you go, is this good? Like, nah, a little lower. Is this good? Yep, that's good. Yep, you're still good, still good.
Keep coming, keep coming. Crash. You're good.
Yeah. There you go. Going for a ride.
Mm-hmm.
So, let's bring you all the way up.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can stand on the crane, maybe.
I'm not gonna get high enough to be able to stand on the crane. Or are you gonna drag me all the way back to that little platform?
Yeah, we can do that too.
I mean, that's the only place I might be able to. Hey!
There you go.
Maybe. Yeah. All good.
I don't think you're supposed to be able to stand up there.
So I want you to take a look at something real quick, which is completely not what you're doing. Look at how fast the river is rushing away from the dam.
Oh yeah,
Look at how ludicrously fast that is just going.
yeah it is.
That makes no sense why it's going that fast. What would you say that's going? That's a solid
I have no idea.
30, 40.
I'm gonna drop this down there and get my camera down there and see if there's an opening. Oh yeah, there's openings down here. Fucking hell. Yeah, they got it going down here. Yeah, they have got the floodgates open.
So, I found this little guy named Jack.
Oh, okay.
No, it's not great. I feel more comfortable in the South when it's about 70, not about 100. And that makes no sense. I'm pretty dang sure.
What?
Exactly.
What the hell does that mean?
I'm
This-
pretty sure it doesn't make any sense to you.
Is this some kind of redneck lingo I'm not familiar with?
Nope, it's me speaking in code and I'm very poor at it. No, I got Jack Daniels to try it. Don't like it. And I like Southern Comfort, but I like 70, not 100 proof.
Hmm.
100 proof is just eh.
Yeah, honestly.
Whereas the 70 is a lot smoother, in my opinion.
Yeah. Like, honestly, I'd rather you've just said that. Rather than
I mean, I like being confusing. Because it's hard to understand myself enough as it is. Ooh, slab foundation. Where's that? Oh, right down there.
I just had the buckets delivered.
Yep. Yep.
I was gonna say, if it's a big foundation, I might have you grab the other, or grab the mobile crane, but it's just a tiny little one for now. It said pouring now. Pouring now. There we go. I guess it was on. I was too high for it to get anywhere.
Yeah.
Wonder what this is. Is this like a runoff, or not a runoff, but like one of those little
so-
deals, those little emergency deals where if the dam is flooding, they can open up this gate here.
I don't think so, because
Like I said, I have no
you've
idea.
got those two pipes that are going to be bringing water out of it, but the emergency spillway is already, or not spillway, but the emergency open is down there already. This must be like not a power plant of some sort, because, well, no, it could be a power plant, I guess. Yeah, so this is probably a power plant, I would assume then. Because the dam itself, I don't think is big enough to house the turbines inside. I mean, I don't know. It's a brick dam, actually. It's a stone dam. It's not concrete. Or, however, it's... I don't know. You know where we're from. There's no fucking dams. There's no water.
Yeah, there's barely trees.
There's trees.
What the hell is that?
All of like 6 of them.
Yeah, you got a 100-mile radius, and there's about 6 trees within that 100-mile radius.
I mean, hell, we don't even have sand. We've got dirt, and that's it.
I might argue differently. I'd say the sand from another state tends to blow into ours. That might give away
True.
some info, but
True.
Because it's hard to grow anything out here because of the fucking sand sometimes in the soil.
Oh, well, we also have, well, where I grew up, we have badger dirt, which is just
Uh-huh.
dust. It's either hard packed or dust.
Yep.
I mean, hell, you saw what happened the other day.
That was insane. Ugh. It's like, man, we
That's
haven't
why-
had a good dust storm like that in a while. Where it's, you know,
they're not good, but I think they're cool. And if somebody from the Dirty 30s heard me say that, they're like, "You little shit, I'm gonna kick your ass."
fucking. I heard horror stories from there. It's just
I mean,
like,
you close the windows, you board everything up, and it's still, you still got dirt inside.
well, yeah, they said a lot of the time it'd be like a blizzard, like in the winter time it'd be, or not in the winter time, but
a
it
blizzard, but of dust and dirt.
yeah, it'd be a dirt blizzard. They'd be out there, freaking actual dirt drifts. Because it was so freaking dry that they literally, it was like somebody, it's like it had snowed, but not up snow. Big old blizzards of dirt. Like, no thank you. Sounds like it sucked. Or in that case, it blowed.
Yeah. That is one place or one time I wish I could have seen more of. They didn't really have pictures though back then, but
Yeah.
just imagining from what we've seen already, the dust storms back then when they were real storms, not just something that lasted a few hours.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they were so bad that the animals would die just because, nothing could grow, nothing could live.
hmm And you couldn't be outside for too long. Wasn't, the animals would also die from lack of oxygen. Wouldn't be able to breathe.
Grind their teeth down to nothing because whatever they were chewing on was just full of dirt and dust.
I hate that feeling as well. Working on a car and all of a sudden you're just like, crunch, 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 dirt. Of course, though, I would say I am, I am very lucky not to live near Salt Lake City, Utah. I heard it's really bad there as well because it's really bad there for metal because the salt eats through everything.
I was gonna say that, and up in the north where all that salt gets
yeah.
used. And
Northern rust is, I heard, pretty bad, especially for vehicles. Like, there's vehicles you would that they would see come in to like a mechanic shop. You can find these videos all over YouTube.
Oh yeah.
Of like northern rust where their fucking frames are nothing but paper thin rusted pieces of metal because it is rusted so bad, and these cars are like less than 10 years. Yeah, they're driving and they're less than 10 years old and they're that badly rusted.
Yeah, I saw a video of this guy. He was walking around one that was on a lift and he was poking holes. Hole. And then he opened the door and he pushed down on the floor mat and it just went straight through. He lifted it up and there's no floor there. He shook the seat and it's just rocking back and forth. Keeps walking around it. He goes to the back end of this SUV and he just puts and he's looking at all the crap inside. It's like there is no floor left of that thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, hey, you want to leave, you have to sign this waiver that we are not responsible for your death when it inevitably happens.
Oh yeah, that's actually really good for mechanic shops to do if you refuse the service.
Brakes.
Yep. If you refuse service. Oops, I hit reset.
They're not trying to be mean by like, hey, we can't give you your car back unless you sign this waiver. It's literally for their protection because they are releasing an unsafe vehicle to a person who refused to make it safe.
Mhm.
It's like, yes, you may not be able to afford it, but the thing is if you're like, hey, my brakes are bad, my tires are bad, my suspension's bad, if I don't give it to you, or you're not going to give it to me unless it's fixed or unless I sign a waiver, if they know it's bad and you don't sign that waiver and you leave, that's on them.
Yeah, and if it
Which is
wasn't,
kinda
if it
screwy,
wasn't for the waiver, people could be like, "Well, my car was just at the mechanic shop," and they could lie and say, "Well, the mechanics never said anything about that."
And
So then,
insurance really likes to hunt down whoever they can hunt down.
oh
If they
yeah,
don't have to pay out, they want someone else.
yep, they would definitely hunt down that mechanic shop in a heartbeat and be like, "Oh no, you're paying for the damages. We're not, because you released an unsafe vehicle. You let my client go without fixing their vehicle." So that's the whole point of it. So you you or the insurance company cannot come back because of an accident and sue for damages.
Yes. Yes. I mean, they told you it's unsafe to leave. You left anyway.
Yep.
They have that paperwork saying, "Hey, we are not liable for it."
Yeah, and plus too as well, they have the waiver. So if it does end up in a situation where they get involved, police get involved, stuff like that, they can go, "Hey, look, we got a waiver that has their signature on it." So I just hit reset again. Damn it! Keep doing that.
Yep.
Oh jeez, I gotta be right back again.
Oh yeah.
Arg.
Almost done with this job though. Or not this job, this pouring. That's what I meant. Almost done with this stage. Probably should have had him get the mobile crane. Help out. There we go. Oh, gotta pour walls. Yeah, I'm gonna have him grab the mobile crane to help when he gets back. I hate these things. Especially because my controller always goes left. I don't have the precision control. Get in the pillar. Come on. There's one. I wonder what this is gonna be. Kind of crazy. Come on. Stop being a pain in the ass. I think it tries to magnetize to the area. I see that. There's two. If job is taking long enough without you being a pain in the ass. Stupid poor thing. Get in there. On. Oh, that one's full. Next. almost. It's gotta have laser-like precision, man. Or these damn pillars. Get in there. There we go. Okay, we'll pour this little wall over here. I'm gonna pour it this way. I can at least see it. Okay, that's that. Love these long jobs though. I don't know why, it's such a relaxing game though. This is a good time.
How many accidental resets have I missed?
None? I have actually yet to accidentally reset.
Yeah.
Probably because I wasn't distracted.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think the mobile crane might help.
Yes, I have that pulled out, but I'm just getting ready to check. Ground floor. Gert? The fuck is Gert?
A girder?
Move to marker on the construction site and fasten a Gert. G-I-R-T.
Girder. Maybe.
Yeah.
Gotta be.
It's like, what the fuck's Gert? Yeah, it looks like there's gonna be a little bit more concrete, so I'll grab myself a
Yeah, the bucket's already here.
mobile crane.
I don't have the laser-like precision to pour the pillars. Because my controller is always trying to go left, and I always have to try and counter it. So it takes me a lot. I also like how those stairs are made out of wood, and we're dealing with water. Curious. Wood and water don't really... I mean, they go well together, but only in a bad way. It's stuff you don't want. You don't want to rehydrate the wood. It's not a fish.
In a while.
Hmm?
Getting the crane all set up.
There we go. Yeah. All the pillars are poured, finally. Just gotta finish up this wall. It'd help if I didn't miss the wall.
Well, I'm filling it. It's just taking several entire buckets.
Yeah, this is a lot of wall. Makes sense, though, that the walls need to be this thick because it's going to be underground. can't have paper thin walls underground. It doesn't work. I'd be curious to find out though if you took like a house with new material for the walls and stuff like that, the outer wall and the material in between, and then just buried it for 50 years and unburied it and see what happened to it.
Yeah.
Probably wouldn't be much left of the walls, I'd bet.
Probably not. No.
Them outside walls, the moisture and whatnot would definitely eat away at it.
It is surprising though what some stuff holds up to.
Yeah, I would say that. That's definitely a true thing.
Where is all that stuff?
I have no idea yet. I've yet to see it. Oh, it's on your
It's
right.
all the way by the crane.
Yeah, it's by the by the excavators.
Time to make everything explode.
Yep, I'm waiting for it.
Go into the river.
Well, we can always reset it though, luckily. So you know how I don't know why this just reminded me. I think that wall reminded me of Satisfactory a little bit. That wall with the 2 holes in it. But you know how the typical game of Satisfactory goes, right?
Oh, tends to be a little bit of a mess from time to time.
Yeah. But like the length of the stages and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So yeah, what would you say to me? I'm at episode 40. They're usually about an hour long. I'm at I just released episode 41. And I still have yet to complete the first phase.
I mean, you do you.
Yeah. It's a little bit insane. It's just because I'm basically trying to build a city, and there's a lot of prep work involved in that. There's a lot of building up before you can even think about doing that other stuff. Because basically, what the idea is just like the first season that I had, which is 1 building per type of stuff that gets made. So, you have 1 building for, say, iron ingots, and then you have 1 building for copper ingots, and 1 building for steel ingots, and then you have another building for limestone into concrete. Then you have another building for iron rods, and another building for screws, and another building for iron plates, and so on and so on and so on. Takes a lot to get that going. That's why it's taken me so long. I'm actually almost doubled that as far as game time. Because, the average video is about a little over an hour long, usually. Anywhere between an hour and 15 minutes. So you'd think, about maybe 45, 50 hours into the game. I'm actually 80 hours into it. The save says 80 hours. And I have yet to complete the first stage, the first phase. I'm not even making the stuff for the first phase yet. Well, I'm making reinforced platings, but I'm not making rotors yet.
Not making them for it, I assume.
Yeah. Just because,
Doing for other things.
yeah, it's just because of the building. The doing the buildings, the city build, essentially, is taking me forever. It's just like, okay, well, first of all, I got to build the foundation, and then I got to plan out and build the function of it first, all the, the machines to build the materials, Um, and then I got to make ports coming in to the building for the import of the material that gets turned into other material. Then I got to have the outports as well on the other side of the building for the stuff I just made to go back out. So basically, I have like a main bus belt line in the middle, and then all
Yeah.
the buildings take from it and put back into it. So it takes like say like the rods. It takes a split of the rods off the main line, goes into the building, gets turned into screws, and then the screws go back to the main bus lines. It just gets added in. That's taken a very very long time to do, but it's working. It's just now I'm kind of distracted because they have this Christmas event called Fixmas, and it gets you an extra research tree to go down, and you go around the map collecting presents, which then you
Oh
turn the
yeah.
presents into different materials, which will then make for your Fixmas stuff. So I have I'm still in the early part of it because they release a little bit at a time for Fixmas. So you'll get a little bit more towards your next research. You get a little bit more every day. So say you need a particular thing for your research, well you may not unlock that until tomorrow. Because it's a 30-day type of deal. But it's really cool though. I unlocked what's essentially a Xenobasher, but it's a candy cane.
That's awesome.
And when you hit stuff with it, instead of doing electrical sparks, it spawns a whole bunch of little tiny presents at the point of impact. And it makes a little Christmassy noise. Yeah, you can put down all kinds of decorations. You can put down candy cane decorations. They're big giant candy canes you place. You place the giant Christmas tree, and the more research you do, the more decorations for the Christmas tree you unlock, and it gets automatically added to it. Stuff like that. All the power poles have like little reefs on them, and I think you also unlock skins for the belts and the pipes that are all Christmassy style, and then um, I think the power lines that you place down when you unlock it are like Christmas lights, like Christmas light strings. Concrete stairs. Place the prefabbed stairs. Where are these prefabbed stairs? Oh, there they are. They're next to me.
I'll try not to get in your way, but I will. Since I literally just slammed directly into your crane.
It's fine. I'll only die if this crane decides to, fall over.
I'm sure it'll just be very painful.
Yeah. I don't know if I want to live through it. I think I'd rather die. That's just one of them situations where it sounds horrible that you'd rather die, but it's just like, okay, would you rather die or would you rather be alive and live like a vegetable? Where you can't move anything. And you're in constant pain all the time.
Yes.
It's like, no, I'm good. I think I'd rather you just either don't bring me to the hospital, or if you do, and you tried to save me or whatever, just pull the pull the plug. It's morbid, but I don't want to live that way.
Yeah, a little bit of DNR instead of suffer.
Yep.
Depends on if you consider that suffering, though. It's like Are you just unconscious, or are you in constant pain? Are you there, or are you not?
Yeah. Yeah, if I'm in like a coma, that's different. Because then I'm not suffering because, I guess you would assume that they're not suffering because they're in a coma. At
I
least
mean,
from
they
what we
can
know about it.
probably, what is it, an MRI, and see if the brain is functioning to the point where you are, like, the pain receptors are going off.
You know, and they can also see if you're actually reacting to outside stimuli.
Like a poke on the finger, it's like, yep, okay, yeah, brain recognized that, versus
Yep.
just no
Nothing.
existence, but the body's going on.
Yep.
Well, this got dark.
What the fuck? How do we get here?
Falling out of a crane.
There we go.
It's like, I mean, I've been in a coma before. I don't remember jack diddly fuck all about it, but all I remember is that I got McDonald's. I had chicken nuggies.
What? All right.
Yeah, I woke up and I had chicken nuggies.
Oh, you woke up and then you had them. I thought you remember having that in your coma.
Oh, no, I don't remember jack shit about the coma. I just remember the chicken nuggies. It's like, wake up, what am I doing here? Ooh, chicken nuggies.
Delicious.
The thing is I think they taste like absolute dog shit.
Oh yeah, McDonald's always
I
does.
hate chicken nuggets from specific places.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, chicken nuggets are awesome. Not from McDonald's though.
Yeah, from certain places, I'm not a fan of them.
Of course,
Chicken
nowadays.
strips, I do enjoy. Dairy Queen, their chicken tenders with the gravy and the toast. Oh God, yes, those are to die for, in my opinion. I mean, yes, give me all of that goodness.
Yeah, I will definitely say that McDonald's is one of the worst places to eat at. But that's just my opinion, though.
Yeah, some of their stuff's not bad, but, well, I say bad as in a taste ways.
Yeah, it's all bad
health-wise,
for
oh
you.
God, it's so bad. It's like, oh, we got these wraps, they're healthy.
Ish.
No, they're a healthier option.
They're healthy
But
as
they're
in.
not healthy.
Yeah, they're healthy as in they're healthier than like a McDouble or whatever.
Oh yeah. A better place to go, depending on what you get and how you get it, would be Subway, but you can still make that extremely unhealthy.
Oh yeah.
It's like, okay, you can get, stuff that's got vegetables and, no real badness on it, or you could get a foot-long meatball marinara avocado sub that's covered with black olives, which isn't bad, but, when you cover everything with garbage, of course it's going to be bad.
Yeah. I mean, the only time I really eat out is if I don't have a choice, which is basically, you're out somewhere like many hours away from where you live. You're not going to spend, time preparing a bunch of food for the day.
Yep.
If you're just going to be out there for a day or whatever, you're not going to make a whole bunch of food to take with you. It's just like, yeah, just eat some Subway or something. Nothing.
Yeah, my sub of choice, not at Subway, but from the local corner store or the gas station, I would walk in and I'd get a sub, and it's like, okay, what would you like? I want turkey, mayonnaise, black olives. Okay, would you want anything else? I said I want turkey, mayonnaise, and black olives. Is that it?
Yeah, but what else though?
Turkey, mayonnaise, and black olives.
Are you sure?
It's like I want those 3 ingredients on a bun. But since you don't have buns, I want those 3 ingredients on a foot-long piece of bread.
Mhm.
What type? I don't care. Just give it to me.
Give it to me now.
It's one of those things. It's like I remember going in there and she's just looking like dumbfounded at what I ordered. It's like,
I'm
did
sure,
I stutter?
sure that's not the worst thing they've heard.
It's like I want something with 3 ingredients, no more, no less. Because I remember getting pissed off one time. You know what I got when I ordered my turkey mayonnaise black olive sub?
You got a whole bunch of other shit you didn't want?
I had a turkey, or no. I had a mayonnaise black olive sub. I had no meat. It's like you missed the key ingredient. It was turkey mayonnaise with black olives. I got mayonnaise with black olives on bread.
Yeah, the person that making that. What the fuck?
It's like, how badly can you fuck up when I say 3 things and you give me 2?
It's like going to. It's like
That
going
is
to.
That's like nearly a failing grade. That's 66% of what I wanted.
It's like going to McDonald's and ordering a cheeseburger and then they're forgetting the burger. They give you the cheese, the mustard,
Ketchup, maybe
the
pickles, but
yeah, they give you the pickles, the and everything else. And it's just like, where's the patty? Oh, I didn't know
exactly.
I didn't know you wanted a patty on your cheeseburger.
It's like I ordered a pizza. What type of pizza? A simple pepperoni pizza with cheese. What did you get? I got a piece of bread with sauce and cheese.
I got
Literally,
a single
I did not
cheese.
get the pepperoni pizza. I got a cheese pizza.
You got the single cheese pizza. Oh, man.
It's like, come on now.
I remember the whole
And
joke
the
about
sad
the.
thing is, I could not go back and get the turkey because it drove a half hour
Oh,
to open it to see. I got a mayonnaise black olive pizza, or not pizza, sub.
it's like that whole
I
joke
still
about.
remember it. It's like, I was eating with my parents, and it's like, okay, what would you like? We're going here. It's like, oh, okay. This is going to be a super complex order. I don't give a shit about the bread. I want a foot-long turkey mayonnaise with black olives. It is not like a special sandwich on the menu. You just got to remember the 3 ingredients. And they still fucked it up because they ordered turkey mayonnaise black olives. I got mayonnaise black olives on bread. It's like, come on now.
Oh. Well, looks like I'm driving.
Yep. I have it hooked up already, so you just need to get to the truck. I didn't know where it was going to want those, so I didn't teleport it anywhere.
Yeah. And it also says poor walls. Pour walls, place walls, or deliver walls, place walls. What was that boop? I heard a
I
boop.
don't know.
Oh. It's like I heard a boop. It's like one of those notifications when somebody enters a cutscene or something. Is boop? I don't know. Okay. Now this one has specific spots. Wait, do I gotta rent a trailer from here? I don't remember. I haven't been to the Wall Factory in a minute.
You might have to, but you could try and order them and see what happens.
Yeah, getting ready to try that. Because there's spots for like trailers and such. So we'll see. We shall see. You know, before I do that, as a thing, I'm gonna back my trailer into one of those spots and see if it'll load it. I mean, that hasn't ever been the case for this game, but we're gonna try it. Because, like I said, I haven't been to the wall factory in a while. It's been the steel factory for all the missions lately. Which I still don't understand why they won't auto load. At least auto load what it can. Or if you're gonna make me load it myself, let me use your overhead cranes.
Yeah, that'd be nice at least.
But I'll let you know if I need a mobile crane.
I mean, we've got two.
You do have two of them.
I don't know why I said that, because when you got in the truck, you saw there was a crane about 4 feet away.
Yeah.
I think that's the one I took at least. Or I left at least.
I hit load package. It loaded nothing. Oh no, it did. Okay. I couldn't see him. So yeah, it did auto load them for me. As long as they're in the spot. You buy them and then you gotta load them. Or then you hit load. Okay. Teleporting back over.
Yeah, I have no idea where it's going to bring you in at because of all the vehicles.
Didn't want to pour no concrete.
There was pouring concrete?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm going to pour concrete. I was not paying attention.
It's just like,
I will gladly pour the concrete.
Alright.
I am not unable to work right now. I am fine. I would not drive right now.
Yeah, I wouldn't drive either.
I mean, it's just one of those things. I don't drive after having a drink or two.
Nope.
Even
I
having a
can't.
drink in general.
Like, even if I absolutely had to drive right now, or somebody was going to die, I'd be like, no, sorry, I can't. I can't. Because I am not going to put somebody else's life in danger. For one, and for two, of course.
I mean, it's illegal, and you shouldn't.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
But at the same time, yeah, no, impaired driving and everything is just not a good idea.
Nope. Especially having a CDL. The state we live in is very, 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 very strict on CDL ownership and what you can and cannot get away with, which is nothing. You can't get away with anything. They say no. And
yeah,
if you
it's
break
like, you have a CDL, did you do anything? Yes. Fuck you.
the most you can get away with without it impacting your record for a job or making you look bad is a seatbelt ticket. That is the most you can get away with. Maybe a light ticket that you had to lie it out or something. That's about it.
Something on the vehicle that's not major. It's like, oh, I
It's
didn't
something
notice
simple.
there's a light out.
Yeah, it's something simple, you know. That's not going. But any kind of speeding, absolutely not. You go to a job and you have one speeding ticket on your record. Most of the jobs in this state are going to say, no, we're not going to hire you.
But that's kind of hard to get a speeding ticket if you're in a vehicle that's governed. Because where we're at, you know, if you're in a vehicle that's governed, you're not going to be able to get a speeding ticket if you're on the highway. Now, if you're on the back roads, yes.
Or if
Because
you're in
most
town.
most semis are governed at like what, 67, 66. I know there is a company out there that governs them at 55.
Mm.
Plain and simple, you
Yeah.
can't go no faster than 55.
That's all the newer semis, though. I mean, there's no
Um,
freaking way that the older semis have governs, because I've gone 80 mile an hour and getting straight up past like I was sitting still by a fucking semi. It was an older one, but it was definitely
Oh
like
yeah.
it was
They have
definitely
so
old.
much power and they're geared
Yep.
so well that they can just
Yep. That was
cook a book.
that was definitely an 18 speed, because man, he was booking it. Oh, I think I'm stuck on you.
Yeah, I can't.
There we
move.
go. There you go. I wasn't
It's
paying
like,
attention.
I know who you are because I cannot move.
But yeah, it's just can't get a speeding ticket
And you're
because
hitting me.
I am.
You did, yeah, there for a second.
I need to put this wall in place right here. Boop. Okay. I'm guessing I gotta move that semi to the way. I'm gonna return these transport frames. So you don't rent the trailer with this one, you just rent the frames themselves.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I think so. Something like that. But yeah, if you break any major laws when it comes to driving, you lose your CDL automatically. There is no second chance. Unless you want to count the second chance as you're able to get your CDL back, or you're able to go and retest and re-get another CDL in 6 months. That's the test there, or that's the second chance, I guess. That's after the first offense. That's 6 months. Second offense for, but that's also DUI, and it doesn't have to be in a truck either. You get a DUI in your personal vehicle. That's an automatic loss of your CDL.
And personally, I really don't mind them being that strict
Oh,
to
no.
people who
No,
are
no.
driving large vehicles. Now
Oh,
the thing
no,
is
absolutely
if a company, since it's a commercial driver's license, if you're in a company pickup where it's like you are in a 3/4, half-ton, whatever, 1-ton pickup, something that Joe Blow down the road is driving, that's different. But if you're in a massive truck that you are a metric shit ton of weight on wheels.
100,000 pound death machine, as I call it.
Yeah, there's a difference there if you fuck up versus if you accidentally do something in a car or pickup.
Yeah, but you shouldn't be accidentally getting DUIs.
Well, yeah, there is no accident there. You knew what you were doing.
Exactly. So yeah, I understand the laws. I'm not going to complain about them. I just tell people about them because then people can kind of get an idea, that the people that don't have CDLs can kind of get an idea how strict shit can be, how much pressure is put on you having a CDL. And the tickets, getting the ticket stuff doesn't, or it's the same thing. It doesn't extend, or it extends to your personal vehicle too. Even if you drive a tiny little car, you get a speeding ticket that goes on your record. That's not. There is no two different record system or whatever between a normal driver's license and a CDL.
Yeah.
Because the
and
tickets.
The other thing you have to watch out for in the summer, less so here than in like LA or New York. Well, I don't even know New York. Let's say LA or like some other city that has motorcyclists around. You have to watch out for motorcyclists. Here, less so, but still.
Yeah,
you really got to be careful about them.
The one law I never did understand, which gets motorcyclists in a lot of trouble when it comes to traffic, is lane splitting. I will never understand why that's allowed.
So I personally, I am good with lane splitting if it is used safely. But the thing is everybody has to be aware that it's a thing, because some people get upset. Some people hog the center line or hog the line, I don't think it's a bad thing, but you should not be passing people way fucking quicker than traffic. I think you should pass people within 5 mile an hour of what the current traffic flow is. So like if you're in a crowded area where traffic's going 15 miles an hour, you shouldn't be busting through at 30, 40 just because you can lane split. I think you should be being cautious, you should be being careful, and the max you should go is 5 miles an hour, because if somebody's like, oh, I'm going to try and crowd into this person and air quotes cut them off to get into this other lane, when they do that, if you're going 30, 40 and they're going 15, you're gonna fucking hit that car.
Well, that's why I think it should.
And I think that's on the motorcyclist,
Yeah,
because they're screaming down the road. But if they're going 5 mile an hour, it's like, okay, this person's merging, I can stop, I can let them merge, or, you know, I'm okay with it if it's done properly. But I can see where you're coming from with the people who just scream down the road in the center line.
Yeah, they're just going along, and then you get somebody that is trying to merge over into another lane. This lane's going a little faster. Let me merge over here. So you get into the middle, and then that other person is going, way too fast. Like they're still under the speed limit, but they're going way faster than traffic. And then the driver that merged over gets the blame because they basically cut off the motorcyclist because they didn't look in their mirror when merging over. They didn't look in that very specific moment either. But yeah, that's why I don't think that they can be trusted.
And that's the thing, you know, they should know the law, they should know to be careful, because, you know, they're on a motorcycle, which is nothing compared to a vehicle. They are
Yeah,
riding what some people call a death machine. I don't care. You are on two wheels that weighs maybe 600-700 pounds on a good day.
Yeah.
Versus a vehicle that weighs several tons. Who do you think will win?
That's the thing too. Is
You gotta
like
be cautious and gotta be careful.
see why it's such a thing that such a fight between motorcyclists and cars that it's like really, yeah, you are on the motorcycle. You should be the more careful one. But yeah, if I'm blatantly doing something stupid in my car and I get a motorcyclist hurt, that's different. You know, if I'm breaking laws or
If it's your fault, yes.
yeah, being negligent to the people around me, that's different as well. So I understand that point. But yeah, I think if you are on a motorcycle, I definitely would be if I was on a motorcycle, motorbike, crotch rocket, whatever you want to call it. If I was on that, I would have my head on a fucking swivel because yeah, people in their normal cars, they're not going to expect a motorcycle, and more times than not, they're not going to see them.
And yeah, here they are around, but they're also kind of rare due to the fact the weather patterns we have around here.
Not only
Some
that,
people might drive them all the time. Some people may only drive them when it's nice out.
not only that, but most of our population is like
Pickup trucks.
old folks, old farmers, and
So I had a terrible experience the other day.
Ugh.
And I say the other day, it was like a month or two ago.
Right.
So, I am driving in the center of town. The town is one lane per side.
yeah, that's pretty much damn near every road.
Yeah, and what happened was I stopped at the bank. It's a four-way stop. And I am continuing down this road. My blinker is not on. This person goes around me at a stop sign. Like, I literally pull up, I stop, I look, I start to go. As I'm about a quarter of the way through the intersection, this car just starts coming around me. I don't know if they're turning, I don't know what's going on. There's idiots all around. Okay. I get past the next building, which is the post office, and then they cut me off, almost pushing me into a parked vehicle.
Yeah.
Now I'm pissed off. Foot to the floor, which isn't really a lot in this vehicle. I am right on their ass at a stoplight. They blow through the stoplight. They make a J-turn, and into the barber shop they go. It's not a barber shop, it's a salon. But by the time they blew through the stoplight, it finally turns green. I go up to them. I park next to them. And I'm like, hey, what the fuck was that about? This person is like 90 years old. They're fucking ancient.
Oh, wow.
And here's my opinion. Not only did they push me into a parked vehicle, they passed me from a stop sign. They passed me on a road that you're not allowed to pass on. They blew a stoplight, and then they did an illegal J-turner into a parking spot. So, I don't normally call the cops, but I'm fucking furious at what just happened, because they tried to push me into a parked vehicle and wreck me, in my opinion. Finally, they show up. They're like, hey, can I see your license, this, that, the other. It's like, it doesn't matter who the fuck I am. It matters what the fuck they did. But I have no issue complying with them because I have fuck all going on and I'm angry. So finally, they're like, okay, so what exactly happened? I tell them what happened, and they're like, okay, well, we'll go talk to them. They come back out. Oh, we've dealt with her a lot before. She didn't know she couldn't do that. She's yada, 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 yada. So I look at this bitch dead in the eyes and I say, is it safe for her to be driving if you've dealt with her in situations like this before?
Yeah.
I
can see
get
that.
no fucking response. She just kind of looks away from me, the lady cop, and she's just kind of like, ho-hum.
Uh-huh.
I hope you have a good day, and she gets in her vehicle and fucks off. There was no wreck, nothing bad happened. The lady, she said she was guilty of passing in the wrong lane, pushing me off the road, but nothing happened. What would have happened if I would have been wrecked because of her? Would this situation have been the same? No harm, no foul? I'm still mad, and if she's been caught by the cops before, I don't think she should have a license. She's 90-something years old. She doesn't know the laws of the road, obviously, apparently, after being that old. I don't think she should have a license. We have a public transport system in this town for the elderly and normal people.
That too.
Yes, it might not get you to your hair salon appointment on time, but fuck you, that's why I think.
Yeah, definitely. I think there's a lot of situations that happen like that. That if you're getting into trouble, maybe they should do like a retest to see if you're able to drive anymore. Yeah, it sucks,
a thing
but
like that in Germany. In Germany, you have your license. They can do a test on you. They can say you have to come in and retest, and it's a more strict test than a normal one because they want to make sure you're safe to drive on the road. And I think what needed to happen there was she should have at least been retested. Now that does include going to the next city over, but that doesn't change the fact that the bitch ran me off the road after passing me illegally and blowing through a stoplight.
definitely needs to be some attention needs to be attended to that.
They completely ignored it. They said, oh yeah, no, she's just old. She's like 93 or some fucking years old, and I'm just furious at the fact.
Honestly, at that point, it'd be like, well, then take away her license if you keep having to deal with this.
Yes, and the thing is, yes, I was mad because it was me, but what if it were a 16-year-old that had just got their license that wasn't really used to driving? And what if that 16-year-old had been cut off by this girl or this old lady and had rammed into the traffic that I avoided? Now, I almost killed my truck doing that because I drive a manual transmission, and I slammed on the brakes and it lugged because manual transmission because I wasn't fucking, used to being cut off and pushed into a parked vehicle.
Isn't it funny how this kind of stuff still happens in a place where the traffic is very, very minimal? This kind of crap still happens all the time. But people don't seem to either know or don't care about the general rules, laws. It's like the one time where I had pulling away from the college there, getting onto that one main road that goes out by the high school gymnasium, or the whatever you call it.
Yes, the field house.
Yes, that's it. That road
Yes,
there.
yes.
Yeah, I pulled out from the stop sign, took a left, and had a Mustang painted red with white stripes go around me and
Were they
pushed,
checkered?
and they pushed me
Was it
into.
checkered stripes or
I don't
just white
remember.
stripes?
I don't remember,
Oh,
but
what
I
weird.
know. I do know that they did push me into oncoming traffic because they had to go around me, dodging a parked car. Because they passed me on the right side. You know, burning out, spinning tires, and all that.
What body style of Mustang? Was it like the 2000s, mid 2000s?
I'd say it was newer-ish. Newer
Okay, I
than
was gonna
that.
say
Maybe
because
like 2008, 2010.
so I have a friend, and this is why I'm asking: was it white, checkered, or
I
was it
don't
just
like.
white stripes?
I just remember it was red with white stripes. It reminded me
Okay,
of
okay.
like a Viper, but I knew that was a Mustang, of course.
Okay, yeah,
Definitely
never
was a
mind
bio
then.
style.
Because I had a buddy who drove kind of crazily, and he had a red Mustang with white checkered. It had the Boss 302 paint scheme, and it was a 2007, which is the newish. It's the body style after the old body style, like the 2003
I have no idea.
or whatever.
Like I said, it was many years ago, but it was just like, what the
Yeah,
fuck?
this is many years ago. That thing was 4 or 5 years old at the time. Yeah.
It's just like, yeah, you still have that kind of stuff. Or people will pull out in front of you while you're going 40 miles an hour down the highway. Right there in front of Walmart, people pull right out in front of
Oh,
you,
and
pushing
sometimes
you clear.
I can
Like, what the
understand that
fuck?
to a degree.
I don't.
Um,
You should be
and
able
the reason
to.
I
You should be able
say
to
I can
judge.
understand that is because I've sat there at that intersection and waited and waited and waited. It's like
But
I
you
can
just,
go now, but there's a vehicle that's going to be right on my quarter panel if I go now.
I
And
guess
some people are
maybe it's because I'm a
less
truck
likely to
driver
see
that
it.
I'm more strict on when it comes to the the laws of the road. But
Yes,
yeah,
I wait like my vehicle is twice as long as it is and is twice as slow as it is. Because I don't have a reason to be in a hurry. Plain and simple.
oh yeah, me too.
I
It's
can
just,
waste my time. My time does not matter for getting from A to B, you know.
yeah,
I'll get
but
there when I get there.
like
You know,
just
for
that
me
rule of
going to
thumb.
work,
That rule of thumb that your time is not worth either a ticket or a crash.
yes.
Like
When I go to
if you
work,
have to be that much in a hurry, you should have left earlier.
yeah. So I live in a school zone. So
yeah.
when I leave, I'm going 15 instead of the 20. And then it's 30 the rest of the way. So I'm going 15, 25, maybe 30 if I feel a little feisty. And then when
So,
I get
like-
on the road to go to the highway, it's a 40. So it's like, I'll go 35, maybe 40 if I'm feeling a little feisty. And then I get on the highway and it's like, okay, 55 mile an hour. I might, again, if I'm feeling feisty, go 55
Isn't that highway still 55 after all these years?
But the thing is
After
they
all these years.
the only way they fix that road is with chip seal.
Yeah.
So going 55 when it's freshly chip sealed, they are tossing rocks like nobody's business. So I normally take the old highway that's near it, the dirt road, because you'll have semis coming past you at like 60, 70 mile an hour, and they will just blow out your windshield, make it crack like a motherfucker, because they're just screaming along, not giving a shit.
Well, not only that, but chip seal is one of the worst things you can do.
Oh, they've only chip sealed it as long as I can remember.
Yeah, because chip seal
one time
it's a real waste of money. It doesn't last very long. and you end up with a lot of cracked windshields.
It doesn't last very long, but they don't care. The last time they chip sealed it was like 4 or 5 years ago.
It's
And
to them, it's better to put a Band-Aid on cancer, apparently.
oh, they've done that as long as I can remember.
Yep.
And that road is fucking terrible. They get the same potholes in the same places, and they never fix them. They fill them with asphalt, and they're good for like a week and a half, 2 weeks before they are, filled and divoted, and
Yes, could have been pouring that
man.
wall.
The one time they did fix it, what they did is they put concrete in one of those holes. They actually filled it with cement. And it's like, okay, yeah, this fixed it for a long time. Like, it's lasted a couple of years, but now it's
It cracks
worn
around it.
out, it's cracked, and yeah, it's back to being a pothole.
Yeah, that's the thing
So they filled
about.
it with asphalt.
Yeah, that's the
And now
thing
it's
about.
already fucked up again.
That's the thing about asphalt roads and concrete roads, is if you mix the material, what'll happen is the pothole will grow bigger around around the where it was patched because it doesn't bond.
No, it doesn't. Because what they did is they cut it out and then
Mhm.
put a patch and around it. It wasn't bonded. It's not like they tried to mix it. They just cut out a square, put a square back in, called it a day.
Yeah,
So
that
there was
depends.
no
If you're
bond there.
if you're doing asphalt to asphalt, you can.
Well-
If you do it right, it'll last forever.
You think anything in this county is done right.
It depends on it.
fucking
Yeah.
wasn't. It fucking wasn't.
Yeah, because at the state there, we fixed the highway into town there by the interstate entrance, the far one that nobody takes really.
Are you talking about the one by the
The old Sinclair. The old Sinclair.
the
Yep.
old Sinclair. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
we
currently
fixed that.
a trailer yard for a specific company.
Yeah, we fixed that curve there. It had really bad ruts. It had been going like
Are
that
you
for
talking about
such a
the-
long.
Are you talking about the curve that comes off when you're going eastbound or westbound?
I
That
don't.
curve right there when you're coming
There-
off onto the highway.
There was a couple different sets we did in there, but what we did was we went in and milled it down. It had created ridges.
Was it an off ramp or was it the?
No, it was the highway.
Okay, so it was the highway itself. Gotcha. Oh,
Yeah, 'cause-
yes, I remember.
yeah, 'cause the state
several years ago you did that.
Yeah, the state takes care of that section from the interstate, off ramp and on ramps, underneath the bridge.
Yes,
Or
yes,
we
I remember that.
take care of that all the way through town, all the way to the stoplight.
That was the only time that part of the fucking road was any good at all.
Yeah, it was so bad. It was so bad you could take a yardstick, lay it across the road where the tracks are that most people drive, and there was over 2-inch divots where the tracks were that everybody drove, and then there's just this hump in the middle, and then humps on the outside of the tire tracks. It was so bad. So what we did was we went in there with a milling machine and we cut down the ridges so it was flat again. And then there was a few spots where we did. We went out there with a concrete saw, and we would cut squares, and then refill in with fresh asphalt material. And if you do it right, with the proper amount of oil, and you fill in the cracks, because when you patch it like that, there's still going to be cracks around the outer parts of the patch. So then you go in there with the oil truck, and you spray a nice thick layer of oil all the way around the outer edge, and then let that cure, and that'll last you forever.
And sadly, they
'Cause
don't do
that-
They don't give a shit.
Yeah, because they said I don't remember when they said that highway was made, but they said there was a point where it had not been worked on in like 70 years or something like that. That whole entire section, that highway's been there for so long that they hadn't touched it. But yeah, the increase in semi-traffic going through the area and stuff like that just made it really bad. Especially the farmers and stuff coming in with their overloaded low boys.
Yeah. I just hate how they refuse to really give a shit about anything here. It's
Yeah.
like, I understand that we may not have the money to take care of anything, but why the fuck are we being raped? I say that. Why the fuck are we being, screwed so badly on taxes? And
Yeah.
they refuse to take care of anything?
Yeah, that's the catch there.
It's like
We pay
the
tons in
thing
taxes
is-
for roadways and stuff like that, and honestly, I'd say the only decent part is probably where the state took care of. I mean, we definitely know that fucking county don't give a shit about nothing.
Oh, no. If they get their money, they're not going to take care of jack shit.
No.
I just saw my bill today, and it is finally down from what it was. It's no longer $280.
Where the hell is my concrete bucket?
But it is now $167. Your concrete bucket? Fuck if I know where that thing ran off to.
I have lost it.
Where the fuck you put it?
I put it down here by the excavators, I thought.
I picked mine up from where I left it over here.
It's just gone. I guess I'll reset
God
it.
damn it, Bobby. But yeah, I mean,
I always thought it
that's
was
a
funny.
joke.
And we always thought it was funny too. We'd have the city come in, and they would be wanting to steal some of our salt and some of our brain for the winter months.
Do
And it's
they
just
even
like,
store any?
no, they don't. They just
Yeah.
come over and steal it from the state. It was always
I
funny
mean,
too, and we're just sitting here going,
Fuck 'em.
yeah, we're just sitting here going, okay, you guys wait until the morning to do anything.
I mean, they're not getting paid to do it at night.
yeah, exactly.
I
They're not.
mean,
They're
I
not going to
can
come out.
perfectly understand that. They're not getting paid to do it at night. Who gives
No.
a fuck?
But that's the reason the roads are always so shitty. Sometimes is they'll
Oh, they're
um,
awful.
when it comes to pre-treating, we've tried to tell the city how to pre-treat the roads. Laying down salt brine before the storm comes in, and the state always did it wrong. And then it turns everything into a fucking ice skating rink.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they're sitting there with their hands up in the air going, what happened? It's just like, we told
The
you guys
thing-
when to do this. You
The
need to
thing
do
is,
it.
though, all the brick that we have in the main part of town. No number of pre-treating or giving a fuck about trying to not make that slick is not going to make that slick.
No,
Down the main drag, all those bricks are just going to be slicker than shit anyway.
I guarantee you, if it was us doing the roads around town, it would not be anywhere near as bad. But that's just because we have to, since the interstate is a class 3 roadway owned by the government, the federal government, it has to be as best as we can make it when it comes to the winter months. So
Well,
otherwise we
you
get
know,
in a lot of trouble. So we're
If-
very good at what we do.
if shit were to truly hit the fan, interstates are there so that, landing.
Yep, landing planes, military access.
Oh,
All
yeah.
that.
Like that's why they're there. If shit hits the or if shit hits the fan, that's what they're for. It's like they're plenty fucking thick enough to land a plane on. It's been done before with passenger planes, or not passenger, civilian, private planes.
Yep, plenty of times.
Mm-hmm.
That's the best. That's the thing you want to shoot for.
Yes, but you know, you still have traffic that's not expecting a plane.
Yep.
You just took my bucket.
Oh, fuck. Where's my bucket then? I just stored.
You just took my bucket.
Sorry. Oh, I
You
guess.
fuck.
Oh,
You
it's.
stole my bucket.
It says store. It says store all. You can't store one. I forgot about that. Okay, there you go. Your bucket's back.
How dare you steal my bucket?
A concrete bucket. I forgot
Okay,
that.
back to what I was doing.
I forgot that you can't store with just the one. You have to
Um,
store them both.
There we go. But yeah, I mean, that's the thing is we are set up for, you know, the interstates to work as runways if need be into a war situation.
Oh yeah.
Personally, I hope we never run into that where we have to, you know, do that. I think everything would be better if we weren't in war. But war is so fucking profitable and our government is so goddamn corrupt, they do not give a fuck. They will throw American citizens away like there is no tomorrow if it makes them money.
Yeah.
It's like so many what do I want to
Fasten
say?
Gert.
Yeah, like I said, Gert. Whatever the fuck that means.
I
Gert.
no idea.
Yeah, like there have been so many people since 9/11, so many commanders that have been in that position for so long, and you know, they make a shit ton of money. They don't want to stop the war. They may say it, but they don't because it makes so much money. And then when they retire, they get such a stupid pension for it.
Beep.
Like they are set for life after, well, before and after they do what they do. It is ludicrous what happens. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, people may hate on it, but even the citizens know that it's bullshit and that it is fucked up. But the thing is what can we do? We need to abolish the two-party system that we have going. We need to get rid of it, plain and simple, because yes, we have independence and other variations, but currently we're fucking stuck with this two-party system that's just gonna fuck up the country more and more.
And that's about that. Now let's
I cannot see dots to pick things up.
uh-oh. I can't see him either. I only saw the one.
I don't see dots. Let me move this out of the way just in case.
Oh, no, they're there.
Looky. They're right here. Yes, they are. No dots. I don't see anything over there.
Are you holding anything?
No, I'm not.
In your crane, I mean.
Yeah, no, I'm not. My hook is empty.
No.
That's totally healthy for that thing.
I wanted to go in place. Go. It. Okay, fine. He wants it on the other side, maybe? These walls, what are they made like? Plastic? Tar paper? There's. I want it on that side. See. Hmm. There's a dot right. Yeah. This is about annoying. Trying to get this where it needs to go. What is happening with this?
That's a great question because I don't even know what's going on currently.
Yeah, my camera's freaking out.
Oh, that's interesting. There's a pipe down in this hole with this little staircase.
Yeah, that's what I was wondering. It was a wood staircase. Oop,
I think the wood staircase is a temporary staircase.
I hope so, because we are dealing with water.
Yeah, what I'm confused is there's these two openings for these two things. Surely they won't converge into one. But from the looks of it, that's what's going to happen.
Or maybe that single pipe is just a drainage pipe. Maybe that pipe comes down and goes into a turbine.
Yeah, that would make the most sense. Is that is the turbine? Both waters come in.
Because yeah, I've looked at the inner workings of a whatchamacallit.
I've played Fallout New Vegas. I've seen the inside of Hoover Dam.
Is that truly the inside though? I've never actually seen it.
Fuck if I know. It was Fallout New Vegas. It was made in like 2010. If that.
Was it that early? I thought it was more recent than that.
It might be 2011-ish. Fallout New Vegas. Let me take a peek. Fallout New Vegas came out on October 19th of 2010 on OS, Windows 7, Vista, and XP.
Vista and
Along
XP.
with Xbox 360 and yada yada.
I could have swore it was newer than that.
No.
Because it didn't come after 4?
No.
Or 3.
It went 3, which came out.
Yeah, it came.
New Vegas.
It came after 3.
4 came out like 7 years later.
Yeah,
there
see,
wasn't a Fallout 4 for a while.
Was it 3 that you could skip the entire game and go straight to the end?
Yeah. Yes. Fallout 3 came out in 08.
Yeah, and that was the one where you could go straight to your dad or whatever and finish the game.
Leave the vault, fuck off in a specific direction, and just be like, "Hey, everybody, I'm here now."
Yeah. I like that though.
And it treats it like you did everything in the game. It's just like, "Oh yeah, I know you did this, that, the other," and it's like,
well, maybe not that, but I do like that concept though, where you can actually finish a game if you know the ending and whatnot. You know where to go.
It's neat, but it's cool that that's there in that game, but I think it's poor game design, because if you love to explore like I do, you could accidentally beat the game without experiencing the story.
Well,
to me, the story
you could put in. Oh. You went robotic-y there.
Neat.
But you could put in safeguards.
Yeah, I think the safeguards would be nice. It's like, hey, you found this place, you explored it, but until you beat a certain mission, things don't show up.
Or maybe that, or maybe have a safeguard message that says, if you wish to continue, this is the end game. Do you wish to continue? Something like that. And then you go.
Personally, I disagree.
I don't know.
That's just my opinion.
I don't see why that'd be a problem.
I don't want, in my opinion, if I'm enjoying a story-based role-playing game, I don't want to know where the ending is going to be.
Well, you not know it until you accidentally discover it, right?
And that's the thing. I explore so much, I could have accidentally discovered it.
Yeah, and then it just says this.
Like that.
But it doesn't give anything away other than this is where the end game is, and you go, oh, okay, that's the end game, and then you
Yeah,
just
yeah,
fuck off and go
I
do
get
something
that.
else.
Yeah, I get that. But like, still, the whole thing for me is it's like, okay, now I know where the end of the game is.
But
Why
you
is
don't
it
know
here?
what's.
I can speculate why it's here. I can think of why it's here. And
But-
that's just my personal opinion. I would think it's like cool. Everything is locked. There's no way to access anything. And I can speculate maybe some story part is here that I will find out later. But I don't want it to be like, hey, this is end game content. There you go. I think it'd be better if it was like, maybe it's some side content that's locked behind this. Maybe I have to find a mission that's locked behind this. Could it be end game? Yes. That's just my opinion, though. And it's cool for speedrunning that's there. I'm not into that. I enjoy watching.
Oh, I'm not into that, but I definitely
I like
if
watching it.
if I discovered that, and I'm like, oh, cool, I want to see what the end game is like, just because I want to or whatever. It's still a cool concept that you can complete the game within like 30 minutes. That would normally take many,
definitely.
many hours. And normally but you could come across it.
Mhm.
But like I said, there'd have to be something in place that would kind of give you a little bit of a warning that you're about to do something that you probably shouldn't do unless you're ready for it.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like maybe toss some higher level monsters right there before you complete a mission, so it's like you're kind of you're not stopped from doing it, but you're kind of warded away if you really want to fight them and finish it. There you go. But it's like Fallout 3 has, in my opinion, a very good story. Is it a janky game at best? Yes. But I think it's got a really cool story.
Well, I think
Fallout New Vegas is the best Fallout in my opinion. I
Alright.
loved Fallout New Vegas. Fallout 4, it's a shooter with RPG aspects.
Yeah, I never finished Fallout New Vegas, but to me, the 3 was definitely the 3
Fallout
was
New Vegas is so good.
it was definitely the I can't say it's the best one because I never played any of the others. I played 4 a little bit, but yeah, the Fallout 3 is the only one I actually finished.
I never played 1 or 2, but I did watch them to completion. 3 I finished several times. 4 I finished several times. New Vegas I finished several times.
But I think my attention was also diverted elsewhere.
Fallout 4 is not bad, but it is very much a first
Oh, there you go.
with RPG aspects. It completely changed the formula of the skill sets and everything, so it feels like a completely different game. Now it is a apocalyptic shooter, so it does have the same monsters and all that, but is how I feel about it. It's not bad, it's not great. I think that New Vegas, if any of the Fallouts, New Vegas needs a remaster. It is a fantastic game. The dialogue is solid for the most part. Of course, being a Fallout game, they have the same person doing the voices of like 800 different people.
Yep.
Yeah, you'll run
Just
into
like
a guy
Skyrim.
from Caesar's Legion. Yeah, basically, it's just like Skyrim. You'll run into the same person in different bodies 37 different times.
I love that they just decided, oh, let's hire 4 or 5 voiced actors and then have like 100 different characters.
Well, the amazing thing is with Fallout New Vegas is Bethesda was like, hey, Obsidian, you have 18 months. Make a game. They had no time to make this game at all in the grand scheme of things. And they produced a fucking fantastic game with amazing characters, amazing story, and it's so in depth. There's so many side quests that give so much information. All these intricate, tiny little things that you can run into. If you're willing to sink the time into it, it is awesome. I will spoil something, but I'm not going to say what. In one of the
How long has it
things-
been out? Does it matter?
14 years. I
It
think it
doesn't matter.
does. In my opinion, it is
I
such
do-
a good game that I really think it's worth picking up, playing, and finishing. In one of the
Because I'm never gonna.
missions,
I'm sorry
it's
to
funny
say.
because
I'm sorry to say, but I'm never going to.
think of it this way: you have the government, you have freelance, and you have fuck you, I'm gonna do what I want.
I can't pick up
Well,
these
fuck
pipes.
you, I'm gonna do what I want, and then you also have slavery. In one of the endings, it's like, I want you to save this person that's for the government. And it's like, okay, well, if you fail to do so, you don't end the game. It's just like, why did you let that person die? And it's like, because they wanted me to pay taxes. And their response is not like, well, I wanted you to save them. It's like, understandable. That's all they say. It's like, they wanted me to pay taxes. Oh, that's understandable. That's it. That's fucking it. It's amazing. It's like, okay, they wanted you to pay taxes, you let them die. Okay, I get that.
Mm.
It's awesome. The dialogue for a game made in 2010 is extremely solid.
So I can't. I couldn't pick up those pipes with the crane.
All right, I'll see if I can.
It said too heavy for this machine, and I'm like, it's
Are
it's
you
a
sure?
it's a flat top crane. How is it? How are those pipes too heavy? How's that work? Is this? Do we get introduced to the crawler crane now? Is that what's happening? Uh-oh. We're gonna need a flat top or we're gonna need a we might need a mobile crane at the docks. I'll try and pick this up, but I don't think I'm gonna be able to with the truck.
Yeah, it's an awful large thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's the turbine.
I mean, it's not huge, but yeah, I could understand that.
S-
But yeah, the reason I don't want to spoil Fallout 4 is because it is
Wait,
fucking
Fallout 4?
fantastic. Sorry. It is fucking fantastic, and
What-
it's got some amazing DLC.
Which Fallout are you talking about?
New Vegas.
Yeah, you said Fallout 4, so I'm like,
did
wait
say
a minute.
Fallout 4, spaghetti.
Spaghetti brain.
But yeah, I mean,
Hey, like I said,
it's an old
can.
game. It's gonna be kind of clunky. It's gonna be the way it is. But
It's like you
I-
can because I'm probably never going to ever play that game. It's
well,
not.
I mean, for anyone that decides to watch, if you are a fan of the Fallout series, if you don't mind the graphics from 12 years ago, if you don't mind a little bit of clunkiness, it is an amazing game with an amazing story, and you have like 3 paths you can follow, really. That's obvious enough from when you're playing the game. It's not like that's spoiling anything. Kind of like with Fallout 4, you have the Railroad, you have the Institute, and then... Wait, do you have a third in Fallout 4? I don't know. In Fallout 4, it's whatever the fuck. It really is. The game is good enough, I guess. It's interesting, it's okay. I hate how they changed it from a role-playing game to a shooter with role-playing aspects. It's okay. It's neat. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's a meh. Personally.
And then I'm sure I don't have to ask, but what are your opinions on 76?
Never played it, can't give them. Not gonna play it.
Ever.
Refuse.
I refuse. That's my opinion as well.
It's cool, and this is what I have to say about it. It is cool that they were like, hey, we made a multiplayer Fallout game. Fuck you, it's PvP. Anybody can, murder the shit out of you, steal your shit just because they control you, grief you, whatever. And it's on our servers, and we are gonna ban anybody just because we feel like it. It's like this person wanted to, tell us that they found a game-breaking bug, and instead of saying, hey, thank you, that's awesome that you are telling us about this and how it happens and how you can do it, no, we're not going to do that. We're going to ban that person instead because we're Bethesda. Fuck you.
We're more like Bethesdic. That didn't work. That did not work as well as it did in my head. Meant to say.
And it's one of those things.
I did
they
hear that.
are-
That it was just it was like, yeah, people were saying, oh, this is wrong, this is wrong here, this needs to be fixed, and they were just like, no, you don't get an opinion. Yeah, it's pretty shitty. Of course, they've done it before on certain games. Well, they'll give early access and say, yeah, you can go ahead and stream the game because you're a YouTuber streamer or whatever. But if you have any bugs, you're not allowed to show that.
Yes.
I was like, well, what the fuck? So if I run into a bug, I have to immediately take down my stream. What happened to my truck? Well,
And
that's
what's
that's a
sad,
problem
is
right
it's
there.
like Bethesda, BioWare, all these companies that used to be loved, cherished, adored. BioWare less so because, they were bought out, but Bethesda, they just, walked up, squatted, and took a huge steaming shit on everyone. Because money. I am still salty as can be about them, saying, hey, who wants this amazing little canvas bag? Have a nylon bag, you fucks. Who wants this Nuka Dark Rum? Here's a plastic bottle surrounding a shitty glass bottle with $10, $15 rum that tastes like shit. They just gave the fans the biggest middle finger they ever had. And when they asked, hey, why are we getting these nylon bags instead of these canvas bags? Oh, there's a shortage of canvas. A shortage of canvas. Can you give the people a bigger middle finger than slapping them in the face? And then it's like, oh, hey everybody, here's 500 atoms instead of, a real canvas bag as a, take this and, as appreciation since we can't get you what we told you we would. Well, you know what is in the game? A canvas bag for 700 atoms. So even the fake money they would have given you couldn't buy you a canvas bag. In the game. Oh, Bethesda, Bethesda. Why? Why have you fallen so far? But at least id Software is doing good. Them Doom games. On point. But
The
yeah,
turbine's
and then the
gone.
whole Bioshock thing.
The turbine's gone. I don't know
Wherever
where it
the
is.
turbine.
Oh, it spawned it over here. Okay.
Oh, I didn't notice it over here.
Yeah, so I went to pick up the turbine with the trailer, right? So I
Uh-huh.
grabbed the mobile crane, teleported over there, and my
Mhm.
truck was mostly in the ground and the turbine disappeared.
Hey, welcome to Construction Simulator 2023? Question mark?
2022.
Yeah, totally. I'm paying attention to this game at this point in time. It's not buggy as fuck at all.
I don't know what the hell. That's gonna want you to move it back or move it in here now.
Oh, trust me, I knew that.
As soon as it's like, place it over here, and it's just like, okay, and then you just, and then,
It's like, can I just put it where you want it? I know where it's gonna go. I
oh
placed
yeah.
those other pipes already.
Okay, so both pipes are coming into this deal, and then they're going onto each turbine wheel, and then they're going down that
Yes.
drainage hole.
Yes, it is 2 into 1 for the power plant, because this is a power plant. It's totally okay. Oh, I don't know if you heard that.
It's like I'm putting up railings.
But yeah, the cool thing about Fallout New Vegas is, shockingly, it's set in the desert around Las Vegas, really. Big, surprise.
Oh, spoilers!
I know, right? New Vegas, Las Vegas, holy shit, it's not like it's on the cover of the fucking game.
Oh yeah,
But,
you can place these, by the way.
I was actually gonna step away for just a second after I got done. But yeah, the thing is, it's a great game. The DLCs are mostly fairly good. A couple of them are okay, but compared to some DLCs, okay DLCs are not bad DLCs. Yeah, there's some strange ones. There's definitely one where I think the person who designed it was on an acid trip the entire time. You have a toaster that is trying to rule the world while it sits there and just toast. But it's like constantly screaming and yelling about how it will rule the world.
Is that
Fucking great.
Is that
I love it.
Is that a reference point to SCP?
I don't know.
There's
This
an
was in 2011 when this
Well,
came
SCP
out,
is
so
also SCP is also pretty old too, but there's an
it could be,
SCP
but
that's
I think this is just a fever dream where somebody was just popping acid like nobody's business, because this entire DLC is a fucking disaster of a what the hell is going on, and I love it.
yeah, maybe, but there definitely
It's so
is.
weird.
There definitely is an SCP that's a toaster that
Your brain literally hates you because of what you are doing, yet you are walking around somehow, and your brain's like, why the hell should I join you? Why should I come back to you when I'm here doing my own thing? And you are just meandering around doing stupid shit like you always do.
but
It's a thing that happens.
But of course the SCP toaster, it basically, when you're in the same room with it for more than a few minutes, it makes you think you're a toaster.
Yeah.
And you walk around thinking you're a toaster and you need to toast some bread.
There is a tiny little Securitron, which is kind of like a Protectron, but it's not. It's a different type of robot that cleans mugs, like coffee mugs. That is its existence. This little tiny Securitron cleans mugs.
Why?
That's its existence.
Why though?
Why not?
Why do we need a robot to clean our mugs?
That is why I said this was kind of a fever dream of a DLC.
That happens in the DLC?
Yes. Like I said, whoever made it was dropping acid or is something. I love it. I fucking adore that DLC. It is so goddamn weird. It is amazing. Like I said, some of the DLCs, it's like they're kind of okay, they're good, they're not, none of them are bad. But this one is just like, what? You know, the entire thing is just like a question mark on top of it. It's like, it's not bad. Just why? And it's not a bad why, it's just a why.
Mhm.
Oh, jeez. I've had a little bit of some drink, and I am having to, step off for a second.
You have been. You've been
I
away.
know I have been. I've had a lot.
Yeah.
I've been jabbering on about New Vegas. Hey, what are you gonna talk about? I'll be right back.
What am I gonna talk about? No. Placing timber walls that look like plywood. They're layered like plywood. This is quite the job, though. It's a little bit crazy. A little bit long as well. Ugh. So long that we end up talking about random crap. Just random crap, man. That's what happens with these games, though. Just talk about random crap. Because you don't really have anything else to talk about.
I just had an epiphany.
Okay.
Why the fuck am I talking about Fallout New Vegas while we're playing Construction Simulator?
Well, it's because Construction Simulator doesn't have enough. It doesn't have enough like stimulation to talk about it constantly. There's not enough going on.
I don't know enough about these vehicles to jabber on about them, but I do know
Well, even if you did,
that there are some weird fucking guns. There's a big iron, a big revolver that you pull out, and every time you do, it's like meow 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 meow.
oh, kind of like
Ching. The old Wild West type of sounds that you hear all the time.
I was gonna
Yes,
say
it
like
is
the
fucking amazing. And in Cyberpunk, there's a gun that does a similar thing. Or in Borderlands, the guns that scream when you shoot them.
yeah, the talking weaponry.
Yes, it's great. It's wonderful. It's amazing.
Reloading.
Oh, they are so obnoxious.
I remember I had all 4 times, and then I'd have 2 of them come because I had the
Salvador.
the El Salvador, yep, and I would
Yeah,
fire
I
both of them.
remember that. You moved at a snail's pace, but by God, were you the most annoying thing in the world.
Yeah.
Because there's screaming and shouting and but there's 2 of them.
Where'd all the platforms
so it's even
go?
worse.
The platforms are missing.
What did you do with them?
I didn't.
You had 6. I saw you pull out some of them.
There was
before
There was
I
one.
was a little hoopty hoppity.
It had been reset.
What's this? Secure. Okay, neat. Anywho, Fallout 3, very solid game. Very good. I enjoyed it. Fallout New Vegas. I don't know if the game's graphics and that type of thing matter to you, and you can't play a game if its graphics aren't great.
It
Not a game
depends.
for you.
Like
Well,
me,
the thing is
speaking
it's not a
of-
game for you.
yeah, it depends. For me, it's like for me, Need for Speed Underground 2. That is a graphically horrific fucking nightmare of a racing game. But it is
dog shit on a good.
but it is so fun to play and such a good time that the graphics don't fucking matter after the first minute or two. You're just like, oh my gosh, this looks horrible, and then you just completely forget about it. You're just like, yep, I'm used to it now. I like it here. Oh. Yeah. All okay. Where's the ceiling elements? They're not here. What the heck? Where'd they go? They were here before I went to pick up the turbine, and now they're gone.
Were they? I didn't see them here before the
Yeah.
turbine.
Yeah, they were here.
I did not see them here. But that's not saying a whole lot with this game. Phenomena.
Also, you have your you have your flashers on for some reason.
I smashed my keyboard. I don't know what the button for that is. Hey, found it. Potato.
Oh, there's a couple here on the road. Clear over to the southeast.
Oh, I see those. Yeah, they're way the fuck over there.
You might have to set up that mobile crane over there because I can't reach them.
I will reset the mobile crane and move them. How's that sound?
Yeah, you can
Sound
move
like a
them.
plan, Stan?
Whichever you like.
I mean, I would really like to be feeling a little bit better, but I'm working there. And I'm sure you know what I mean.
Mm.
I am not getting drunk as a skunk.
I hope not.
I'm trying.
Why?
Because I feel fucking great right now. I don't know about you or anybody else, but when I have a little bit of woohoo, I get euphoric as can be.
Mm.
And I like it. But I don't do it all the time. In moderation. You
Yeah.
got to be the carefuls. You can't be going all willy-nilly crazy.
You can't just drink Kool-Aid willy-nilly.
I mean, some people do, but that doesn't mean it's a good thing. So that's as far as you can reach. I'll try and put them a little bit closer. Here you go. Nope. Set. And away I go.
Then we need to find the other ones.
Sure thing. No promises.
It's just like I came back with or went to come back with the turbine. I teleported over because the turbine reset over here, and these were here before I left, and then they were gone.
I did not see them here. I only ever saw the turbine. I never saw these. So, I mean, I've been, waiting to do anything, but since I haven't seen them, is that a hammer? I don't know if that's a hammer. I'm gonna put it right down here. Right down here. Oh. Hey, stop it. There. Perfect. Peachy keen.
There we go. I was caught on you, I guess.
Yeah, I don't know where I'm getting caught.
Yeah, there's got to be two more around here somewhere.
I am fully extended.
Yes. Me too.
I'm behaving.
I'm fully extended, but
Nice
only because I have no choice to be fully extended. There is no non-full extended with me right now.
I have a choice, but I just am.
Yeah. Seems to spawn them on the roads, so I'm going to take a look up here at the top of this dam. There's a road up here. There's a lot of cars acting funny. Nope. Oh yeah, they're up on the dam. They're up on the northwest end of the dam.
Alright, I will head up towards the dam then, and see if I can drop them down from above.
Yeah. Yeah, you should be able to. I don't know if there's any maximum length on the cables.
Yep.
So you should be able
Yeah,
to.
all AC 130 like death or
Death from above.
yes.
So
This thing
yeah.
is going 11 miles an hour because it's out of fuel and minimal maintenance.
Oh. Well, I can't do anything about that. You'd have to take it to a gas station.
Yeah, I mean, I'm up to 15 mile an hour now.
So yeah, you'll from your point, you'll have to go across the dam to the other end.
Yeah. You said northwest, right?
I just didn't know if you in your state if you would know what Northwest was.
Oh no, I do. I just don't look at the mini map and look at the N on the top.
Because I've been drinking too, but probably not as excessive. Usually it's me drinking more.
I think this is. I'd have to check.
It's only your 6th glass.
No. It's only my second cup. But I'm mixing a brown liquid with a soda.
A brown liquid.
A nondescript soda.
Brown liquid. Oof. Sounds delicious.
I enjoy it. I'm not much of one for bog standard, beers and the like.
I hate beer. Oh my gosh, I hate beer with a passion.
So I'm gonna share a funny story. The other day, my dad asked me, "Hey, I need you to go by the store," and I've been wanting to try Guinness. So I said, "Yeah, not a problem at all. I will happily go to the store and get you a 6-pack of Guinness or whatever the hell they have."
No.
He loves the shit out of Guinness now. That is his favorite thing in the world.
Okay.
Cool.
Maybe
That's
Guinness
fine.
is better than some of the beers we have here in America.
Yeah, and that's the thing. He really loves Guinness, and it's like, hey, I'm perfectly fine with that. It is 9 a.m., god damn it, and he's like, here, you should try one. And I'm like, motherfucker, I woke up like less than an hour ago. Why the fuck do you think I was late? Day drinking for the fucking win. Because it is 9 a.m. I have not had breakfast, and I am drinking some shit beer that I don't like. Because I only drink hard, I only drink hard liquid. Because I'm not a fan of beer.
Beer is...
day drinking for the win. That's what I was doing at 9 a.m. the other morning while I was at work. Because family business, who gives a fuck? He loves the shit. I didn't really like it, but I humored him and I was like, I'll finish it. I'll see if I like it by the end of it. I didn't. But nonetheless, it was something. So after that, I had a sausage biscuit sandwich.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of those things. It's like, the fuck did you expect to happen? Who says they go to their job and get offered a beer at 9 in the morning?
The one job I worked at, they did offer beer. Working in an irrigation field, working on wells.
Fuck it, why not?
Yeah.
Plus, where we're at, it's not like it fucking matters.
Yeah, I never took the beer though. The very first time I tried beer, I hated it. The second time I tried beer, I hated it. The third time and the last time I tried beer, I hated it.
So, I don't think there's an issue with saying brands. It's just our personal opinions, our personal tastes. There's obviously enough people out there that like it, or else that no one would drink it. It wouldn't be around if people didn't drink it.
But I hate all beer.
I've tried Bud Light. I've tried Coors Light. I've never tried straight, not non-light beers. I've had a beer called Moose Drool. It's from Montana. It's a dark beer. I did not really like it.
I will say this though: the only beer I would ever try is a beer from a different country.
Yeah, and Guinness, that's what Guinness is. It's Irish.
But yeah, but
strong
I've
light,
also
but,
heard that Guinness is one of the worst beers ever to exist.
It
But then
is-
again, I'm like, maybe Guinness is better than the beer we have here in the U.S.
and this is what I'm going to share with you.
So,
Guinness in a bottle is not, from what I've heard, the best way to have Guinness is straight from the tap. But that's with every beer, plain and simple. Every beer
Right.
is better straight from the tap. It's an Irish beer. I've never had it out of a tap. I don't go to bars.
Yeah.
This is my opinion.
This is an opinion piece.
Exactly.
It's not
I
fact,
had it out of a bottle.
no fiction.
I've heard it's better out of a bottle than it is a can. I wasn't a huge fan of it personally. It was meh.
Yeah, to me-
then again, I don't like beer.
To me, all
So
beer.
take my opinions with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
I like hard liquors. I like whiskeys. I like tequila. I like absinthe. Rum, from what I've had, is it's okay, I guess.
It depends on the rum as well. Well, I guess that's
Yeah.
with all hard liquor too, isn't it? It depends
Yeah,
on which one
so-
you go for.
Yes, very much.
You
so.
can't just you
Bourbons
can't
and,
try one and then say, "Well, I hate all of this."
Yeah, what's it called? Bourbons and what's the other type of whiskey? Scotch. Both of those, they're okay. In my opinion, I prefer straight whiskey over a bourbon or a Scotch. Is that a bad thing? No, it's personal opinion.
Always.
Right now, I am drinking Jack Daniels.
Mm.
In my opinion,
Delicious
I
Kool-Aid.
have to mix it because I don't like it straight. Southern Comfort, on the other hand, the 70 proof, I can drink that straight perfectly fine.
That's
The
fine.
100 proof I have now, it's a little too strong for me to drink straight because it burns my throat.
Yeah.
But that's how alcohol is. You have to be careful. If it burns your throat, you have to be careful. That's why I'm mixing Jack.
Yeah.
You said you like rum. I know you like rum. You have a specific type that you really like. My opinion,
depends
it's
on the rum.
not that good for me. I'm not a huge fan of it, and that's okay.
That's okay.
Everyone has their own opinion.
Fucking die.
Personally, I've not found a rum I like, but then again, I am a weird motherfucker because I love absinthe.
Yeah,
My absinthe I have is 69.5%, which is nice. Almost.
nice.
With that 0.5%.
Close enough.
It's close enough.
That's what she said.
But I mean, hey.
Close enough.
Yeah, I mean, if you get close enough, you can finish it off. It's okay.
Yeah.
The issue with absinthe, though, is I drink it. I think it's called the French way, where you put a sugar cube, you drizzle, or you drip water over it until the sugar cube is dissolved. You mix it a little bit, and then you drink it. But it's like 2 ounces absinthe, 6 to 8 ounces of water. It tastes amazing to me because I love the way it tastes. I love black licorice. Some people hate it,
Yeah.
and that's okay.
I definitely do.
It's an acquired taste. But then again, to me, Southern Comfort tastes like bubblegum. My mother says it tastes like turpentine. I don't know who the fuck's talking the truth. I think it tastes like bubblegum.
Well,
That's
there is no true truth because everybody even if people are eating the exact same food, it's gonna taste slightly different to everybody.
True.
Like
But
if
the
you
thing
like
is-
say you got 2 people eating the same dish of one thing, There's no additives. There's no that. It's just plain whatever it is.
Yes.
But you do not. Let's say you do not have a name for the taste, and you ask them what they would name the taste. What does it taste
Yes.
like? And they will say they're either going to say something slightly similar or different. It's everybody
They're
tastes.
saying the closest thing that it tastes like. It may not taste like that, but it's the closest thing to it.
Yeah, and then you'll go and eat it, and then you'll be like, it doesn't taste like that at all.
Yes. And
Everybody has
to
their own
me,
taste.
Southern Comfort 70% or 70 proof, which is 35% alcohol by volume. To me, it tastes like bubblegum. Careful with it because, again, it's 35%. I don't like beer. I like the harder stuff. Tequila, it's okay. It's a real snap when you drink it. It's amazing in not vodka. It's amazing in margaritas. But be careful. Don't drink and drive. Don't drink and go down the street.
Don't drink and
Drink and
operate
get
cranes.
Yes, very much so.
Or any heavy equipment for that matter.
Yeah, right now I am mixing this Jack that I have with soda because I hate the way it tastes alone. I'm not a huge fan of the Southern Comfort, which is a 50% by itself. Like I said earlier, I prefer 70 proof 35% by itself because to me I enjoy it. I don't go overboard with it. I have before, not a great time. Really, it's not a great time. Being sick and then waking up because you fell asleep in the bathroom, not a great time. So I'm careful with it. Make sure you eat plenty of food if you are going to go out for the night. Food helps.
This is not a drinking tutorial.
What the fuck else are we going to talk about? Hey, I'm using a crane. I'm putting X into Y.
And that's what she said.
I mean, never mind. Time for me to be quiet. But seriously, it's like if you are under the age of 18 or under the age of 21 and you're in America, or under the drinking age in general in whatever country you live in,
don't drink.
in my opinion, if you are at home with your parents or your legal guardian and they consent to you trying alcohol, I don't think there's anything wrong with that because you are in a safe environment and you are not going anywhere. It is safe for you to be testing stuff and trying stuff. Should you be getting blown out of your mind on X, Y, and Z? No. But you should, if it's okay, I don't see why you can't try things.
But on the other hand, do we really trust parents anymore?
Mine, I do. Some parents are terrible, and I don't think you should. But my parents, I do trust. There are some I have met that I would not, because they are wild and crazy. And I'm gonna say this, and it might sound bad. There are some young parents who are still
Crane help?
in the partying phase of their age. You know, they're younger parents. They're still rowdy and excited and
Can we get
not
some crane help?
terribly mature. No, you cannot.
Oh.
But what I'm saying, you know, they're in the wild and, you know, young age. They may have a kid, they may have whatever, and that's okay. But they have to actually be an adult and, you know, be a parent with their child. That's the thing, is when it comes to it, you have to be that person for that kid. Whether you have to, you know, mature up and be that way for them. There it is. Enter.
This is an adulting simulator. Or
Yeah,
adulting
that's,
game.
And that's something. I'm not gonna lie. I don't think I'm that old. I don't think I'm very mature. I've had people tell me I am or not or whatever, you know.
I think
I'm only 28 personally. I don't give a fuck. That's how old I am. whatever. What's it?
Well, I think
what's it to you if I'm that old?
age and
You can say I'm old,
maturity.
you can say I'm not. Age
Age
and
and
maturity are very different things. Like, yeah.
it's only different past the age of 18. I will say that.
Yeah.
Past the age of 18, that's when the lines between age and maturity start to blur a little
I
bit because no, I meant like as in life experience.
disagree.
Because you can be mature in one thing but not in another because you haven't had that type of experience before.
I think you're an adult when you are like 25 because you've been out in the world long enough to know
Well, yeah, but
what is and what
just
isn't.
because you're 25 doesn't mean you're mature though.
Exactly, but at least you've been out in the world long enough. There goes everything. You're welcome. You wanted to help my fuck shit. At least you've had time outside of school, outside of being supervised by an adult.
I I
24/7.
I don't think that's always true though.
This is just my opinion. This is how I feel due to my experience.
Yeah, exactly, due to your experience.
Exactly.
That's why I'm saying experience I think makes the mature person, not the age.
Yeah.
Past the age of 18. We'll say that.
Yeah. I can agree with that. Growing up, some people have easy lives, some people have hard lives. It's what happens. It sucks depending on what it is. Some people it's easy, some people it's not. Growing up, in my opinion, 25 is a solid age to decide what's good, what's bad for yourself. Now, if people are telling you this, that, the other, and you disagree with them, perfectly fine, no problem there. But I didn't start drinking personally until I was like 26, I want to say, 25, 26. And I've got my own reasons for that.
Can you lift up your crank?
You're welcome.
I'm trying to see if I can flip it.
I tried beer early on. Tastes like piss. I did not like it. I eventually found that margaritas and tequila were what I enjoyed. I did it in fairly rare moderation, and now it's about once, twice a week where I do drink, and I don't have a whole lot. But for me, I get a euphoric feeling. For other people, they might get something else. And I'm careful with what I do because of how I feel. I only drink when I'm happy. If I'm ever in a bad mood, if I'm ever sad, if I'm ever down, I refuse to drink because I do not want to make a habit of this makes me feel happy. I am currently sad. I want to feel better. I am not going to make a habit of becoming an alcoholic because I feel sad and this makes me feel better. I will suffer and feel like absolute dog shit all the goddamn time, if that's the case. But that's my personal opinion. I want to be an adult about things, and that's how I feel being adult about things is. Holy shit, these things are hitting the fan.
Yes, they are. I couldn't flip them. I was pressing the fucking button.
I mean, I walked out and I just slapped my little fingers on them. It worked.
Oh dear.
I mean, I am words. Let's just say words.
Yeah, I went out there and I was
just
just like,
words.
holding
I
the
saw you,
button.
I'm like, why aren't you flipping those things? Come
I
on,
was
man.
trying my best, and I was holding the button, and it was just like, no, it wasn't
Come on, Tundra, fucking flip that shit. You can do it, right? I think we're gonna be intertwined here in a second because where you just put that. Let me try and move out of your way.
Oh, you've been fine.
You say that now. But I'm going to say that I am the classiest bastard you will meet. Because I
Yeah.
am currently drinking soda and Jack out of a. Actually, this is called a hefty. It is not a red Solo cup. It is a hefty red cup. Yes, I am an adult. Yes, I do not give a shit. 10 out of 10.
There's one over
Not
in
really
the
10 out of 10.
materials area.
I will grab that one. But yes, to me, even though I am, having a great time, feeling the way I'm feeling, it is extremely important to do it in moderation, be careful about it, not make it a habit.
And also
I
don't.
guess you could call what I do as a habit because I have days of the week where I do it. If that is a habit and you want to call it that, that's okay. But it's, I specify when I do it, and I only do it if I am feeling a certain way. If I am feeling happy, if I am feeling good, if I know that I feel like now is a good time to do it, I will do it. If I am feeling bad, I won't do it. Because, like I said earlier, I don't want to be sad and be like, hey, I'm feeling bad, I know this will make me feel better.
You want to pour the concrete?
Yeah, I will pour the concrete. That'll keep me out of your way because of where everything is and all that fun jazz.
Yeah, this is like the panel placements are on my side.
Let me, hold on for a second. I need to type something. I don't even know what fucking time it is. Oh, fuck. Okay, it's been that long. It's a doozy.
What happened?
Ignore me. It's fine. It's fine. I didn't lose track of time at all.
I have no idea what time it is.
It's okay. Don't worry about it.
I can check.
No. I can see what time it is. I've just had my my bottle of water in front of the monitor that tells me what time it is.
Oh,
And
that's
I'm
not
about 20 minutes late from doing something, so it's okay.
20 minutes late for doing something.
Don't worry about it.
Oh. Oh.
No. It's something else. Don't worry about it.
No, I might know.
No, you don't know what it is,
I don't.
but it's okay. I meant to reply to somebody, and I did not.
Oh. Oops.
I
I thought it was something like super important, like a certain thing.
No, it's on a minimal scale of importance.
It's like something important that you usually have an alarm set for every
Oh
day.
no, I did that a long time ago.
Okay.
Wait. I did that a long time ago.
Okay.
That was like 4 hours ago.
Good.
Before I started having a great time. If you hear a thump and I don't reply, don't worry about it.
Yeah, because I know exactly
But like I
what
said,
happened.
you have to be careful if you start this. If you are just beginning, start slow. Start with the lower content. If beer is your thing, that's perfectly fine. If harder stuff is your thing, go with the lower proofs, the lighter amount of percentages.
Go for a mudslide. That'll get you
Oh,
set right.
fuck yes, mudslides for the win. God damn, that's been like almost 10 years ago at this point. Fucking hell.
Yep.
We walk into a biker bar and what the fuck do we order? Mudslides. God damn it.
That's
Yes.
the best.
All of the yes for inside jokes.
Inside jokes. Plus, mudslides, I would say, is a pretty good starter drink.
I have never had them, but yes, they are.
They're pretty low
Do not be afraid to order
girly
what
drink.
some people would call girly drinks or
Yep.
fruity drinks. Because often enough, they taste fucking amazing. And why do you have to worry about thinking you have to drink beer? You have to drink just straight, like, whiskey on the rocks and look like a badass. If a goddamn fruity drink tastes delicious, who gives a shit? That shit's amazing.
Yeah.
If it tastes good, so be it.
Of course, I wouldn't be at a bar ordering any kind of drinks
Yeah, those
because
are
I would not.
expensive.
I would not be at a bar. because fuck that shit. Bar environments are always so fucking toxic all the time. It's like, oh, you're just
It
sitting there, you're
depends.
just sitting there having a good time all by yourself, just drinking solo, not saying anything to anybody, not bothering nobody. Somebody walks up because they're drunk, they're wobbling all over the place. They walk up, they bump into you, and then they want to fucking start a fight. It's just like,
Yeah, and that's the sad thing is some people are just like that, and then you have some people who think, hey, I'm gonna prove to this person that I'm a badass, and I'm gonna, fight this person. It's like, hey, I'm here for a good time. I'm not here for a long time. I'm just gonna have a great
and
time,
I
feel good, and then
definitely,
fuck off.
ain't here for you. So, fuck off.
And that's how it is. It's like, I stay at home. I have a 3-foot chest freezer full of that good shit, personally.
You know, it's also really amazing about drinking at home. You don't have to
I
worry
mean,
about how you're gonna get home.
exactly. I was just gonna say, I mean, I can just,
I can drink and then go to bed. I don't have to be like,
exactly.
do I need to call a taxi? Do I have money for a taxi? What if I can't get one? Because we live in a fucking remote place in the middle of nowhere that doesn't have such things. Can I call a friend? Do I even know anybody? Is anybody up at this 1 in the morning hour?
Yeah, and I actually had a sort of, I had a side gig on the weekends when we weren't busy where I used to work. Because some of the people liked to go party where I worked, and I
Oh, were
get
you
tipped like $20 to, pick retards up
so
at
you're
like
yeah,
1 in
you
the
were
morning.
sober or the sober driver?
Yeah, I was the DD,
Yep. Oh yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah, I've been
designated
at it.
driver.
I was that a few times, but I wasn't old enough to drink at that point. But
Oh, I was.
the bar that we went to, this was a very very long time ago when they still did this. That you could have underage people inside of a bar as long as they weren't at the bar, sitting at the bar, or they weren't drinking. They weren't trying to get drink, basically.
Was that the one near the corner, or was that somewhere else?
There was many places. I've went to
Okay.
many. I've been to many a bar underage back when they used to allow that, where you could be in the bar just as long as you weren't trying to get drinks or you weren't actually sitting at the bar itself. They had no problem with you being in there. Nowadays, it's just like if you're not 21, you ain't even coming inside. Which I understand. I understand it, but I
Yeah, I
do miss
both
the old
get that,
days.
and I'm not a huge person who disagree or agrees with that. It's like if you're at a bar, but if they serve food,
Yeah,
it's
that's
like,
a little
hey,
bit different. That's
I'm
a restaurant.
underage, and I'm here to bring these drunkards home. I'm here to have a cheeseburger and chill. I'm here to have a good time, party, and just,
That'll be the new
have
thing.
some food that'll give me a cardiac arrest in like 3 hours. I'm good with
Uh,
that. There's a bar that's in the next town over. Oh God,
I went to that one.
oh, it's so good.
What was
The
it?
food there, it's so bad for you, but it's so good.
Yeah, they had a karaoke.
Oh yeah, it's great when you get to act like a fool around drunkards and they don't remember it.
Or where you get somebody that's completely and utterly wasted that decides they're going to go up there and sing. And then you just, ooh, some entertainment for the next 5 minutes.
I know, right?
And they're singing, having a good time. You can't fucking understand it, but they think they're doing great.
And that's the thing. You get to
Uh,
have fun, they get to have fun. That's what's important, really. If you don't feel like drinking, if you don't like drinking, having a good time, as long as you're happy, that's what's important. They're probably not going to remember it. Plain and simple.
nope, they usually
If
don't.
they've been drinking a lot, they won't remember it.
I've only been
But
that blackout drunk. I've only been that twice, and I hated each time of it.
I've never been blackout drunk. I've had a little too much to drink, and yeah, it's not great.
I've been damn near all stages, but
But at
yeah.
that point it's when I broke my code of conduct, if you want to put it that way.
Right. That's how it always goes.
Because, you know, like I said earlier,
Shameful
I
reset.
only have a little bit of fun when I'm feeling good, and I was feeling absolutely god awful that day. What'd you say?
I said
Reset?
shameful reset, yeah.
Yeah, I was feeling absolutely like dog shit, and it's like, I need something to make me feel better. And I decided that I was gonna drink, and I regret that, because it's one of those things. I told myself I would only drink if I was feeling good, and I broke that. And that's one of those things. Strict code of moral conduct is a good thing to have. And
Yeah.
it's one of those things. It's like, if you have friends that want to go party and you're feeling like shit, just be the designated driver. Go out there and watch all these drunkards have a great time and make fools of themselves. There's nothing wrong with that at all.
But I will admit, it does suck.
It does kind of suck being the DD, but it's okay.
No, I meant it sucks to be feeling like that and then deciding not to try and join in the fun activity.
Yeah.
And then you
I
just
get that.
end up feeling a bit worse. It's just like, this is such a horrible night.
Yeah, I can totally understand that.
But yeah, you just...
And it's hard
Just
to
be
say
careful
that you
not
need
to-
to be careful because of everything, but you really do need to be careful.
Oh, yeah.
Because, you know, alcohol is just as much of a addictive thing as any other. Oops. I accidentally made a screenshot.
Any other oops?
I made a screenshot accidentally. I meant to press backspace and I somehow managed to press F12.
Alright. Oh, looks like we're
Doodles.
resetting everything.
We're at 99%.
Yeah,
if you
I
wanna send me
can't
that.
hold down my button to take the crane down. I'm holding the key, but it's not actually working. What the
Let me
hell?
take a oopsie doodles at it, because that makes no sense at all.
Yeah, that makes no sense why that button's not like the
You're
button.
welcome.
The button works, but it doesn't work holding it down.
How close to it were you? Because I noticed that sometimes
Right next to it.
shit's just kind of wonky.
I was right next to it.
Okay, yeah, sometimes stuff's all kinds of fucked up and wonky. So, I've had a smidge too much drink, and I cannot click the right things. Yeah.
Can you reset the buckets?
No promises, but I can try.
You just hit store all. You go to warehouse,
So,
world,
here's
store
the
all.
thing. Follow my words, not my advice. Or what is it called? Do what I say, not what I do.
And speak with the tech entrepreneur.
Sure, yeah, totally.
I thought that was the perfect time to say that.
I get you, fucking.
But that was the perfect time
running.
to say that, though, huh? It worked.
Me running.
Here we go.
Yeah.
Lady with the
Speak with
glowing
tech
hair.
entrepreneur.
Renewable sources of energy. With hydroelectric energy, we make natural resources usable. By the way, the dam offers a breathtaking view over the city. My father used to take me there often to look at the city lights and the stars in the firmament. The fact that I am now contributing something to the preservation of the dam would certainly have made him very proud.
Now, I would argue if you don't have the proper maintenance, dams can be very dangerous.
Very much so. Very, very.
You
very,
can
very
kill a
much
lot
so.
of people with a dam
I mean,
if you don't
it's
keep
out
up.
there. You can look up videos on YouTube
Tons
where
of
people
videos.
have gone and fucked up, and dams have, fucking destroyed hundreds of, if not thousands of lives.
Mhm.
It is important that you are careful, important that you are watching what's going on.
And keeping up proper maintenance schedules.
Yes.
They're there for a reason, but for some reason in the world, us as humans can't seem to do that all the time.
It comes down to money. People are
Well, not
greedy.
not only
and
that,
money
but I also
just
think it comes
all
down
that.
to laziness as well. And
True.
they're just like, they're just like, I don't want to do this week. We'll just check mark everything and say it's good. And then the next
Yeah.
thing you know, there's a huge catastrophe, and then people are sitting there wondering, why did this happen? Well, there you go.
Yep. I don't know how many times I've jabbered on about Fallout or drinking, but all in all, have a good time and be careful. That's all that's important. Is that you're careful, safe, and having a good time, whether you're at home or out outside somewhere.
Or out
Be
inside.
careful and have fun. Hey, fuck you. I'm gonna have a good time.
This is a good time, huh?
I'm doing me because I'm in my house, bitch.
You're out inside your house. Yes.
I'd say I'm surrounded by pussy, but I currently only have a cat right there, and I don't know where the second one is. So I'm not. I'm just by myself all alone, so...
Hooray, the last 5 minutes. Banned. Woo!
Yeah, you're welcome. I
Awesome.
regret nothing.
Alrighty. That's been a good time. We got the dam
that
done.
was good. We got the dam done, and all that's sorted out. The hydroelectric power plant is now thing.
And it only took a little over 4.5 hours.
I guess. But hey, look at all the money you made. Like 2.054 million or something like that.
Well, that's the thing too. It's just like the cost that it says it's going to give, and the cost you actually get are like completely two different numbers. Because I had 2-some million before we started, and I'm only at 3.8. Like I didn't even gain a million. I didn't even gain 2 million.
Yeah, what I think happens is they say, "Hey, this is how much we'll pay you," but then you have to pay for all the materials.
Yeah,
and
that doesn't include
then,
all the costs that are with that job, which is kind of dumb. It's
everything should be paid for, and that should be the profit you make. But nothing is paid for, and by the time you make all that money,
the money
like 1.4.
It should be just like gas. Like the costs are already included in the overall total.
Yeah.
But it makes just as much sense as taking taxes out in a video game when you make money.
Everybody loves taxes, right?
So I'm gonna put that in a video game. I don't remember what game that was, but it was the stupidest thing. You got like a 4% tax on the stuff you bought.
Why would you do that? Everybody hates taxes as it is. But everyone have a good night and take care.
You need to go to bed, I think.
I mean, it's only what, 10:28? Is that what that says? Yeah, 10:28, 10:30.
Yeah.
Hey, tomorrow it's work, and yay, woo, fuck me running, it's great.
Yeah, you're gonna not have a fun time.
No, I'm not too terribly off that I'm gonna be feeling miserable.
Well, I think you're just gonna be feeling miserable from other things.
No, even when I was so far gone that I was feeling like absolute dog shit, in the morning I wasn't feeling that bad. I was just normal and halfway, meh. It was more like I didn't want to get out of bed than I had, anything else.
Yeah. Good episode, though.
I mean, we got that done.
Yeah. One job an episode now, because the jobs have become so long. That's what it's become.
But yeah, I think it's best if I were to probably head to bed.
Sounds like a plan.
So, you have a good time. Don't have too much fun with whatever the fuck you're gonna do next.
Yeah. Bedtime.
Save game. I only have double vision to a 100% degree.
I see a kitty there that just showed up. How's you doing, kitty? Scritchy, scritchy. Yeah, you like scritchies. I can only partially feel you
Alrighty.
scratching on my finger.
As we'll
But yeah.
talk at you next Monday.
Yeah, have fun. Take care. Don't get in too much trouble.
Alright.
See you later.
Later. Alrighty. Well, he's a he's a good time, isn't he? Like I said, we like to have fun here, and if you stuck all the way through, congratulations. Thank you very much. It's been a very fun. I know I treat this kind of like a stream, but hey, you know what? It's still a good time. Hopefully you enjoyed. Just a fair little bit of last little input. As I usually say, I don't say it on every episode, but usually is the stuff we talk about in these super long videos. They're just opinions. We're allowed to be wrong, so that's just how it is. So if you don't like what we say or whatever, just fine. It's everybody's opinion on different things, and some of the stuff may be slightly inaccurate, whatever. But yeah, we just like to have a good time. We like to have a nice little chit chat about random crap while we do random crap. So, yeah. If you did stick with all the way through, like I said, thank you very much. And until next Monday, when we do one more contract. I mean, geez, these contracts are getting very, very long and whatnot, but it's still a good time. But yeah, I think that's going to be it. Again, hope you enjoyed, and until next time, I guess it's a goodbye.